Hello everyone. We'll be starting in just a second. Blacksmith, Sarah, Georgie, Bugs, Helios, Jirosama, Romanian God, Jerome, Diego, and Chong. How's it going, everyone? Be starting in just a second. There we go. How's it going, guys? There we go. I'm doing well, Sarah. I'm doing pretty well. Hope your tattoos... I mean, this is probably the ugly tattoo healing phase, but I hope it's as painless as it can be. Santi, first time I'm watching. Glad to have you in. Thank you for stopping by. Sounds good, Thomas. Sounds good, Thomas. Can't wait to have you ready. Glad you're excited, Jerome. And glad you're excited, Georgie, as well. I'm good, Greenma. I'm good. I watched Better Call Saul last night. It was hella good. Life is grand. Thank you, Santi. How's it going, Trell? My brother and I watched 122 to 124 of Hunter x Hunter yesterday, and I can't believe that after so many rewatches, I'm still hanging on to every word that's said and on the edge of my seat. Big relate. Yeah. It's crazy. It's like you think that it would wear off, the novelty would wear off, right? Oh, okay. So that'll be in the next couple of days then, the itchy phase. Cool. Okay, but yeah, so I guess we can get right into it. Last week we covered we talked about the series in general. The first arc in general, and then got into the specifics of certain episodes. How's it going, Too Soon? And then we discussed the first 7 episodes, which is the equivalent of the first volume and a half, or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, today our plan is to finish the Hunter exam. The Hunter exam, so that's the equivalent of 12 episodes or something. Good morning, Skip. Banana Slamma, how are you? So yeah. Any lingering things you guys wanted to ask about the last one, or general thoughts you want to put out there in case you weren't able to join the stream last time? If not, we can jump right into episode 8, which is Trick Tower. Let's see if we can finish this stream. I think we can. I'll be more focused. But of course, I'm not going to try to rush it. If we can't, then we can't. But I think we can. Catjam. One Piece chapter text on screen. Oh, whoops, thank you. You're right. Yep. Thank you about that. Thank you for letting me know. Ranking arcs has always been one of the hardest things to deal with in Hunter x Hunter for me. Constantly remembering details of each one that I love. It is difficult. Like, for me, the top 3 are very, very easily, like, very secure in their ranking. 4th is pretty damn secure, too. But we'll see after the reread. And then after that, it's kind of a mess. But I think I know what it is. It's tough. Quicksilver, how are you? Yeah, the exams are amazing. Like, the Hunter exam is near the bottom of my ranking if I had to rank it, but that doesn't mean that it's not insanely great. You know, it's my favorite series of all time. Both. I was talking about both, personally, Sarah. Renegade, how are you? My heart for the York New arc will never die. I think I'm in agreement with you if I'm understanding you correctly. I adore New York New. I adore York New more than 99% of people, I think. If not, I'm not a proper Crollo stan. Okay, so I think we can get into it. Okay. How's it going, John Bams? I did see the Xenoblade news. I didn't see the trailer though. I still need to watch that. So yeah, so for anyone who's unfamiliar with the structure, what we'll be doing is essentially going through episode by episode. I have some screenshots, not a ton. Once in a while, I'll show the episode on screen, but because of fair use stuff, I just have it in that little box at the bottom there, just the bottom 10th of the screen or whatever that is. Hunter x Hunter is the only context in which the phrase "the exam is great" applies for me. No Naruto. It's really hard to rank the other arcs beside the obvious grade. Something about their variety makes every part have a distinct charm. Yeah, for me, Greed Island, Hunter Exam, and Heaven's Arena are so fluid. They're so interchangeable for me. Thomas is knee-deep in Chimera Ant last time I checked. Okay, so let's do it. So, the third phase of the Hunter Exam is about to begin, Trick Tower. What that essentially means is we are going to get lots of great character interactions, some clever little mechanics into Trick Tower that will show off those character mechanics. And 129, I see. And some funny stuff, some really endearing stuff, some hooks, and yeah. So it essentially starts off, they're dropped off at the top of Trick Tower. Our crew are confused about how to get in. A man dies trying to climb down it, eaten by a giant bird, and eventually they find panels and they drop down into Trick Tower. And they are just waiting because they need a fifth person. And who comes down with them but Tonpa. By the way, a detail I love here is this they all fall right on their feet, except for this boy right over here. Gotta love it. Anyway, lands in style as always. How's it going, Dragonite? And yes, I did guest. It was great. I saw both of them. They should rename it Tonpa Tower for my goat. Fair enough. I love the concept of the tower. Not just the fact that they have to get creative to get down and everyone's path is different, but also it being a prison as well. Yeah, an element of... Let me just change the song here. An element of... A lot of these... There's pragmatism all over the design of the Hunter Exam. Like, there is nothing wasted. I'm doing well, yeah. They use these criminals, as a means to test the applicants. It's very kind of cutthroat because on one end, they're being... If they defeat the applicants, they're being rewarded. They lose their years of sentence, which is, it's a thing. But at the same time, it's hard to argue it's not a good plan to weed out the people who are just not suited for it. How's it going, Critty? Hope you're doing well. Hope exams and stuff are going well, or school. But yeah, they choose the path of majority rule. And Tonpa comes in, and yeah, we get introduced to all of that stuff we were just talking about. And immediately we get shown the Leorio-Tonpa conflict, which is... I like it quite a lot. I like it quite a lot for a couple reasons, but one of them is that it's very funny. Another of them it kind of front-loads Leorio's character very efficiently. The impulsivity and the... Yeah, that's what's funny to me too, because like they have 100-year plus sentences, and like they're taking decades off. So eventually, over time, they might if they keep winning, they might accumulate enough to get their sentences revoked, but definitely not anytime soon. Yeah, couldn't breathe. Yeah, that was cool too. I agree, guest. That was really cool. How's it going, Panda Whamma? Hope you're doing well. Enjoy your off day. And so they get eventually to the primary conflict in Trick Tower. which is them facing off against all these inmates in various types of conflicts. The first one comes, and H word. So the first one comes, and Tompa volunteers. They are timed. They have 72 hours so 3 days to reach the goal. So time is kind of the essence, and Tompa decides, I'm gonna fight this very strong dude. The strong dude. Tompa backs down immediately. We get the origin of the we get the origin of the meme. Let me just put it in focus here. Perfect. Thank you for the hydrate. Many actual hunters are murderers and criminals themselves, so only fitting that they face off against convicted criminals of the world. It's like dipping their toes in, right? It's only appropriate, given what they come up against. And it's I guess dipping their toes in is a good way to put it. Just preparing them for what is to come, what they could potentially be, and guess looking at the goals. And and all of that. So, and then Tompa volunteers to fight first. Immediately finds himself surrendering, giving up. Unfortunately, I took the window away right at the opportune moment. Then we get this beautiful cut shot. Thank you so much, guest. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. 158 total. Holy shit. Let me know what you want that to go towards. Thank you so much for your continuous support. I really appreciate it. The exam creators might have them face against these scumbags in the hopes that they will turn themselves off of such behavior. Potentially. I mean, they are convicted, right? Hey, Holy Potato, how are you? The Zoldyck family arc and the remaining 2 Fata Morgana. You got it. Yeah, so that'll be Zoldyck completed. Thank you again. And Fata. That'll be Fata almost completed. Perfect, thank you. Great. Thank you again, guest. And, I guess we get to the main part of Substance, the first part of Substance upcoming here, where, well, the part of Substance that I really wanted to discuss. Tompa, he backs down, he gives up, whatever. Obviously, he's trying to save his own skin, but at the same time, there is an element of the fact that, they're timed, rather not waste time for him to torture him. Like, they bring up the when will this be on YouTube? Whenever I find the time. It's priority for people on Twitch, and the VOD will be on Twitch. Exactly what Quicksilver's saying right there. So creative how Togashi managed to give a comic relief Tompa scene layers. Kilo explaining what would have happened to him gave me a wake-up call as to how dangerous this setting is. Yeah, so essentially he says he would have tortured him, cut off his windpipe so he wouldn't have been able to surrender, which is the defeat condition. Not cut off his windpipe, crushed his windpipe. Which is the win condition and a precursor to what would happen in a, I'm on the wrong. Sorry about that. Which is a win condition and a precursor to what would happen in a trial later on, right? So... Yeah, and the rock climber being eaten by those flying baby monsters at the beginning of the episode. He was voiced by Togashi in 99. I had no idea. That's really cool. That's really cool. But yeah, Tompa was actually kind of smart here. He was actually kind of smart, kind of beneficial to the group, while also being self-interested. But him surrendering right away was actually in the best interest of the group, because it's not like he's really gonna win his own one. Yeah, it's like that meme. The person you hate the most in the world made a good point. Pandawama, that's funny because they're on 80% of the time, so I guess it's just real all the time. Just skip this here. But yeah, and then also like Quicksilver was talking about, it keys you into the nature of the of this world. If you needed it already, beforehand, but definitely keys you into the sort of thing that these people are capable of and what can happen in this exam. But yeah, just little notes here and there. That's episode 8, the introduction to Trick Tower, just generally foundational stuff. We're gonna get into more solid character work worth discussing in the next episodes, but that's what we got so far for episode 8. And I don't have much more to say about that. Just the little tidbits. Gon volunteers for the next one, and his opponent steps up, and they're about to duke it out. But yeah, that's about all I have for episode 8. If anyone has anything they want to add, we can discuss. How's it going, Davinator? Yeah, nothing super crazy for episode 8. There's lore about your glove. There's just a command for it, because people ask about it all the time. And then we get to episode 9, unless anyone has anything else to say. Beware of prisoners. And then, so the idea here is that Gon is faced against a person who will... The competition here is that the first one, they'll light candles, and the first one to have their candle blow out is the loser. Sound cool, Davinator. Glad to have you. Unless I die. Hopefully you don't die. And then, yeah, so essentially it's, they give Gon a chance to choose which candle to use, a shorter one, longer one. They just say to rely on Gon's instincts. I don't remember if that was a big deal, whether that changed all that much or anything like that. But nonetheless, Kurapika says something important here that's on screen. Let's just rely on Gon's instincts. They haven't they haven't disappointed us yet, and they don't really do it later. And that continues to be a factor later. Also, Killua, I like his expression here, just kind of looking on. Pretty interesting. Curious about what these instincts of Gon's are. We talked in the first episode, or the first stream series, about how Killua generally looks on at Gon with curiosity, and there's also an element of a bit of an inferiority complex that festers in the beginning, that we see here, that continues throughout, but that subverts itself towards the end, which we'll talk about towards the end. Is this the tower part of the Hunter exam that we're on? Yes, we're on episode 9, Trick Tower, where Gon has just come to his conflict. And then, yeah, so Gon is given his candle. They both light them, and they both come to opposite sides of the stage. And it's essentially just a standoff. The guy can pick his own candles with sleight of hand to keep the odds in his favor, so Gon's choice didn't matter as much. Right, yeah. Actually, let's just do this here. There we go. So yeah, they're facing off here, and then essentially what happens is that Gon starts going out quicker because there's a chemical in there that causes it to burn out faster, and he just puts his down, runs over, and blows it out. That's all. Very simple, very, flexible in his thinking. It just kind of shows who Gon is, in terms of his thinking on the way he thinks on his feet, the way he's able to adapt, and yeah, just that quick wit, that intuition. Do they hear the challenge before selecting who goes, or is the challenge revealed after the contestant steps forward? It is revealed after. It is revealed after. He brought out the candles afterwards. What I love most about this episode is actually the little interaction between Kurapika and Killua. When Killua says instincts, it's not just curiosity towards Gon and what his instincts are, but instincts in general. As someone who was trained to fight in a very specific and calculated way, it's something like having instincts at all and relying on those rather than outweighing your options intensely fascinates him. Yeah, he's been taught in a very deliberate way how to approach life, like life in general, but his job, conflict, everything, basically. His instincts are ones that have been honed. Like, what his instincts are, his killer instincts, have been artificially implanted onto him, essentially, through a lot of what Illumi teaches him, a lot of what Silva teaches him, all of that. So, him seeing someone who's so... And like those are not even instincts, right? Because they're artificial. They're kind of robotic in a way, you could say. And so to have to look at someone whose instincts are so natural and free flowing and stream of consciousness, is kind of a shock. It's kind of a shock to him. There's a huge contrast in the way they approach life in general, and Killua is not really able to be instinctual. So yeah, he finds it very interesting. But yeah, so Gon wins. We have the classic, the now classic. Where is it? Well, here we got it. We got it here. The now classic celebratory face. And he wins, and it's 1-1 after Tompa's loss. So yeah, with regards to this one, yeah, just a lot of what I said. Adorable. Gon's intuition, his instinct, like we were talking about, the way that contrasts Killua, the way that they have such trust in that, is really important. Because that instinct, like I've said before, is very volatile. It will lead him down. It's a double-edged sword. It'll lead him down. In this exam alone, by the way, I'm not talking about future stuff. It'll lead him to great end results, and it'll lead him into some pain, like a little bit of a rude awakening in some ways. But here, he's like in the early phases, he's consistently rewarded for it. He's consistently rewarded for it, and so he has no reason to not trust in it or feel like it could lead him down the wrong path, and neither do his friends, really. But we're then introduced to the next one. This blue dude. This guy. Who is apparently, by the end of the series, will AJ have Netado's goatee? No. I'm not capable. This blue dude, yeah, Majitani. They shouldn't by now, Critty. The Majitani who masquerades as a member of the Phantom Troop. Kind of funny if you think about a revelation we get later on, but yeah. So this is a great device for essentially introducing us to a few things. Firstly, this guy's masquerading as a Phantom Troop member. He's talking about, I've killed so many people. I've a lot of HP. Yeah. I'm so proud of that. So I keep a tally. Which, we've talked about this concept a lot. Someone who is very secure and confident in themselves and is genuine, more often than not, does not need to flaunt their quote-unquote achievements. So that should have keyed us into the fact that either the Phantom Troop... No, that wouldn't have keyed us into that. This guy is a hoax. This guy is a fraud. Because what we've learned about through the bits of subtext about the Phantom Troop through Kurapika, they're not going to be people who are, tallying and proud of their kills and flaunted in this way. They're just going to go about their business. The amount of kills on his chest alone is is probably the amount that one of them killed on average of the Kurta. So it's like, but what I love about this is through contrast, it shows what the Phantom Troop really are, or really aren't. I guess you could say rather. It shows that they are very serious. They're very killing is mundane to them. It's just another Tuesday for them. It is like breathing to them. He's a parody. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. They would need a transplant clinic if they're. And thank you for the follows, guys. Player, Chong, and Epic Gamer. Thank you for the follows. Kind of crazy how the Phantom Troop was being built up since episode 1. Yeah, and like through what Kurapika says about them, and the general aura about them, I think the captain might have said some stuff as well. This just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't feel right. And so it's a great device through this contrast. Very smart, very clever. Alexander's my favorite name, so that's why I followed you. Oh. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy the stream a little bit as well. Top 100 Antag. Yes, absolutely. Majitani. He's in the top 20 somewhere. Leorio's doctorate was built up since episode 1, yeah. Through a lot of foundation set in episode 1, we get a very accurate impression of what is and isn't, with certain plot details. This is one of them. And then, and then from here, yeah, like, look at this loser. What is that on the left side of his face? Couldn't tell you. But it bugs me that 19 is such an uneven number. Dude, 19 kills. As if the troop would even blink at 19 kills. That would bug me too. How's it going, Shadow? Don't worry. We're just like 1.5 episodes in. We're not being explicit about spoilers. Like, we can talk about certain things, but not being super explicit. Yeah, I think today for some reason the Twitch notification for it didn't send out today. I'm not sure why, but whatever. Yeah. So anyway, we're just kind of talking about how through contrast this guy shows exactly what the Phantom Troop isn't, which indirectly characterizes them. Very clever writing in general, just very smart overall. And then Kurapika's reaction to it is very telling. What essentially happens here is that he's nonplussed, he's not very impressed. You know, he this guy's trying to make himself feel threatening through slamming his fist into the ground. Mario Balotelli. Yeah, does a postman celebrate when he delivers the post? That's a great comparison, Thomas. And then yeah, he shows this off here. This the tattoo. I love how Gon is very unimpressed by the guy, which hints at his intuition when it comes to fighting. Yeah. You know, Leorio's fearful, Tampa's fearful. Gon, again, doesn't buy into preconceived notions from other people. He judges things very purely through what he senses as genuine power, like through his own eyes, through his own intuition, which, like we talked about before, everyone has established is pretty damn good. I remember seeing this for the first time before it was revealed he was faking. I was thinking, oh, this Phantom Troop business is just the first step on their journey, and I thought the same when Nem was introduced. That it was the first new ability, and that they get more later on. But yeah, those ended up being the primary. In and of themselves, they were I guess, the the main points in and of themselves, and then they were continuously fleshed out as we went on and on. How's it going, JT? How's it going? Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are introduced that you maybe assume would not be as important, or yeah, would be like the stepping stone. But the stepping stones are things like Tompa. The stepping stones are things like Majitani. So the things introduced early on are things that end up being long-running goals and elements of the story. Okay. And then Kurapika's infuriated here, right? Nice direction. Gon doesn't judge a book by its cover. Yeah. Tompa has a stepping stone? So yeah, and then nice framing here as we don't really see Kurapika's face. Oops. Great use of music. And the expectations are subverted again, right? Because Leori's going, I heard about them from Kurapika. And then Kurapika's enraged. Not because the subversion here is that he's enraged not because he buys into the fact that he's a Phantom Troop, but the fact that he is one of the Phantom Troop's 4 kings. What the hell are you talking about, dude? What the hell do you mean? That's a Yu Yu Hakusho thing, or it might be a reference to a Yu Yu Hakusho thing. I'm not sure, because there was a 3 kings in Yu Yu Hakusho. Either way, it's arbitrary. This is all bullshit. The Phantom Troop don't have 4 kings. Kurapika knows that very well. This guy's full of shit, and then his eyes turn. Yeah, the 4 kings. Like, what do you mean? What is this man cooking? I believe it. And then love this. He's so overcome by rage, the camera goes in and out of focus. It blurs. Really, really effective direction. And then we soon realize, right after this, that it strikes fear into the heart of Majitani. He takes him. And, yeah. But, yeah, really good direction. Really good direction. He disappears. Yeah, the blur, the disappearing, and then I think the white background's really useful here. First sight of the red eyes. We saw a glimpse of it through the contacts in episode 1. But I guess the first proper full glimpse of it, I guess. So yeah, and then he punishes him, or he pushes him down here. But what infuriates him? Yeah, what infuriates him is that this guy is playing around with. Oh, okay, 4 heavenly kings, 4 devas type things are common in manga and anime and goes very far back in Buddhism. It's there in Gintama as well. There's an arc called the 4 devas. So what infuriates Kurapika is not that he's actually a Phantom Troop. It's that it's trivializing it. It's making a huge joke of everything that's affected him in this way. A huge joke of something that's extremely serious in this world. Something that's extremely... Yeah, true. Oh, yeah. The 4 devas in Kill la Kill. I haven't seen that in like 5 years. 6 years, so I forgot. But that's cool. I remember watching this first and thinking, Kurapika must be one of the strongest, and then we learned about Nen. Yeah, the power scale and the progression, that isn't something I tend to pay attention to a lot, but for people who are super into that, expanding scales and scope, I guess, Togashi's got it down pat. But yeah, what infuriates him is the trivializing of this. What infuriates him is getting things wrong about it. And oh yeah, the Will Smith reference. Perfect. I like that there's a different category of people who either know or don't know about Nen. Yeah, I guess that plays into a lot of the world building. You know, there are some parts in the series where people question that boundary where it becomes a bit blurred. But we'll get into those when we get to them. But sorry, back to the point. I do enjoy that a lot as well. Kurapika getting mad at him for getting things wrong about something that means a lot to him and because of seeing a spider. I've never related to a character more. Yeah, and just the idea itself manifests in that extreme anger. And what I love after this is that Gon says somewhere, where is it? Let's never mention spiders to Kurapika. Yeah, we should keep Kurapika away from spiders. Yeah, Elite Four in Pokemon as well. Unironically, imagine the rage behind hearing someone lying about the death of your family and how your entire clan was wiped out by someone like Majitami. Yeah, not true and rage-inducing. It's trivializing it, right? It's just making it into something far less serious, far more overblown, cartoonish, and comical than it actually is. And I like this shot in general. You know, it's funny in a certain way, obviously. Gon's line is funny here, but early on we're seeing a lot of ways in which Kurapika is isolating himself from the group. Visually, like in terms of direction, he's cloaked in the shadows here, everyone else is in the light. And there's just a divide. There's a divide in a lot of the moments. You know, he opens himself up to them, he interacts with them in a lot of ways, but in key moments, he's shown in very isolated shots. This is one of them. Which would be important. This is important. But that means my rage remains. I guess you should be happy. Yeah, like a callback to episode 1. But yeah, so it does a lot for the troop, a lot for Kurapika. It's a great little interaction. And it's the first time where Kurapika speaks. Like, he seemed scary and raw as hell earlier, but we actually see it here. Which is, again, important. Kurapika try not to push his friends away when it comes to personal problems challenge. Very difficult. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Oh, sorry about that. I missed your resub, Indie Lord. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for missing that. That was a few minutes ago. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support, and I will put that towards Hank right now. Thank you again. Really appreciate it. Is this his first outburst? Depends what you define as an outburst, but I would say so. Where he just completely loses control? Yeah, I would say so. I like that line by Leorio too, because even though Kurapika had this badass and intimidating moment, when he sits back down and digs his face into the corner of his arms, and Leorio just says that, kind of dissolves the tension, and you see it more as trauma Kurapika has, and they need to look out for him as his friends. Yeah, Gon says that, but yeah, I agree with all of that. Yeah, it dissolves attention. It's very generally perceptive. And yeah, supportive in that sort of way. They see the trauma, look out for him. Yeah, it does a lot. This little moment does a lot of stuff. And then Killua's expression is just, I think, again, you'll hear me say that a lot in Hunter x Hunter, through contrast, just as notable as the other ones. Very unconcerned, very unreadable, not really too expressive, not too surprised at much of this. And then... yeah, small things like that are what make me love Kurapika. A lot of the little details here are really great. But Kurapika gets the win. They're up 2-1. And then Leorio steps up to the plates for the third battle. The next challenge. And that's episode 9. Quite a bit to talk about, which we did talk about. Lots of good stuff for Kurapika, some nice stuff about Gon. Oops. Some nice stuff about Gon. I think episode 9's pretty damn great. But yes, the Leorio... the Leorio moment Famous last words, I'll finish the job. Hunter x Hunter has this habit of turning what seems like badass moments and fights into more melancholic moments. Yeah, it's like... It gears up for what one would think is a classic traditional sort of battle between Kurapika and someone who may have been one of the people he's looking for. And it turns into a beatdown and into a display of that trauma and the way in which it's a consistent factor in his life. Yeah. It's, Anyway. Leorio. He's here to finish up the job. Can he do it? Can we trust our boy? And no, I didn't guess. Luckily, I was, busy. I miss the Gon stuff, but I love that little fight. A great example of how intelligent he is and how he thinks outside the box compared to his friends, who have more book smarts, but often fall short of considering certain possibilities. Yeah, exactly. We're going to get into it in a couple of episodes, but that out-of-the-box thinking is essentially what allows all 5 of them to pass in the end in Trick Tower, and there's a precursor to it right here, which is really good. It's really good. Panda Whamma said that Leorio is my second favorite Hunter x Hunter character, but this scene... yeah. Who is your favorite, actually? I was so taken aback when that WoW sound effect came in. I did not imagine my wildest dreams that it came from Hunter x Hunter. Yeah. Like in other anime, a lot of characters have these quirks. Like, if they see bugs, they freak out, and their friends are like, there he goes again. And it adds to the overall feel of friendship and how they know each other's ins and outs. And even though Kurapika there was played a lot more seriously, it still brings it down to that feeling of familiarity between friends, and also shows how even these more extreme situations to us can be taken more lightly on the chin by characters. Yeah, with regards to that point that Critty says there, I think that also plays into the tonality of the Hunter exam in particular. Like, I've talked a lot in the first stream about how, tonally, the Hunter exam swings very drastically from very dark subject matter approached in a very dark way to lighter stuff. Like at the flick of a snap of a finger, right away. It can just shift very drastically. And I think a lot of that tonality is achieved through this way that their bonds, just blossoming, but just pretty new, but still very genuine, are able to bring people away from that darkness, bring them towards the light. In a lot of ways through Gon. Gon is, I think, the primary conveyance of this point, but it all ties in, tonally, these bonds and how there is this trauma, there is this darkness, but friends can drag them out of it. It's just very endearing. It's nothing hugely monumentally innovative or unique. Tons of stories do that sort of thing, but it's achieved really, really well, I think. And it integrates with stylistics. Yeah, Leorio being horny on main. I will forgive him, though, since it was really his only this once, and Leiroth is a knockout. So yeah, I guess we should get into it. Get into the moment, or the fight, which is essentially a, well, what Leorio is told to do is to determine... Oh, sorry, they had to move this guy. Kurapika refused. And then he says, why? The fight's over. I will not fight someone who's lost. Interesting. Episode 11 is when he is horny. True. Okay. But, interesting insight into Kurapika here. The fight is over. I will not fight someone who's lost. They lost. It's like he said, I give. It was over. And then Kurapika's unmoving, completely unyielding here. And then Tompa starts doing his Tompa things. Doing his, let's isolate Leorio, because he's this low-key sadistic, like in a mundane way, but low key sadistic, small scale sadistic rookie crusher. I do enjoy Tompa throughout Trick Tower. I do enjoy him. Thank you for the follow, Ron and Vanjo. And then so sorry. We have this stuff's brewing. All this stuff's brewing. But then we have a great little scene. A great little scene right here. We get an intermission where we see what's going on with Hisoka, and we get to one of my favorite directed, I guess, aesthetic sequences of the entire Hunter exam. This fight with the former examiner who Hisoka had fought last year. He wants to pay him back for his scars. I just love the... Oh, that's... Whoops. So ignore that part. But I love the general aesthetic here. The violent green in contrast with the violent red. We see what Hisoka does. The bit of animation as she dodges the guy's blades here is really good. Awesome scene. The anime really snapped on it. It just looks great. It's directed really well. It offers a complete contrast to the color palette and tone of everything else. Continues to elevate Hisoka into this otherworldly status. Very threatening. Isn't this the first time Hisoka's theme plays? I don't think it is. I think it might be episode 5. But you might be right. I don't quote me on that. It was foreshadowed when Tompa said Hisoka was disqualified last exam, but he all but killed an examiner he didn't like. Yes, that was said in episode 4, I believe. And here we see it come to fruition. But just like, I can't show it, but the bit of animation where he just jumps over the blade is so smooth and it just looks awesome. It's just an all-around great scene. I love how we step by step get to, and it continues to portray Hisoka in this, like I said, this otherworldly, elevated status. Not even just through the subject matter, but through the approach to visuals and audio. I love how we step by step get to see how each of the main 4 behaves in battle. Gon and Kurapika aren't people who necessarily beat someone who is already down. Killua and Leorio are more about seizing the opportunity, in simple terms. They go more into depth during the last phase and also Zevil Island and stuff beyond Hunter Exam, of course. Yeah, it's a snapshot, detailed snapshot, but a snapshot nonetheless of each of their characterization and each of their inclinations, I guess. But yeah, this scene looks great. This scene looks awesome. And let me just go back. And then Hisoka says, those scars merely show that you were an incompetent examiner. Yeah. Oh, and then there was this one too. Like, this dude. I appreciate your futile efforts. How's it going, C5? God, Hisoka's an S-tier character, like, immediately in the first arc. It's crazy. I hope you're doing well, C5. So yeah, we have this scene. There's this standoff, and then the general the presentation for this stuff with Leirote, or however you pronounce the name, is oddly really good. Like, you don't expect it to be this cool, but they do a lot of interesting stuff with the direction in this episode and the next one. I saw a clip of this scene too before watching Hunter x Hunter 2, and I thought this would be your fight around episode 60 or 70. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I might have felt the same way. I'm not sure if I saw a clip or if a picture or something. And that the whole show was about the Hunter exam. I basically thought the whole show would be like phase 4 of the exams. Yeah. It's like the Hunter's exams are like a condensed example of what I expected a classic shonen would be. I still don't know. I haven't seen Naruto. I've seen 3 episodes of Naruto. I've read 14 chapters of One Piece. No Bleach. It's like what I expected most of the show would be, like very similar to Critty. I saw 148 episodes. I thought it would be like the Hunter exam for 80, 90 of them. But it's over in 20. And the fact that, like, the part that I thought would be, like, the spirit, the part that I thought would contain the spirit that would go on for the majority of it, ended up being, oh, there you go. Make AJ watch Naruto. I got one more episode to watch. Thanks, Quicksilver. Ended up being, like, 4 or 5 episodes? 4? I don't know. I do wonder where this guy would have ranked in the overall power scaling of the series. It's kind of hard to judge when the only other comparison is Hisoka. Yeah, at that point, like, I don't do it. I'm bad at it in the first place, but at that point, it's pretty impossible for me. Yeah, I'm doing well. The full moon has risen says, Hisoka immediately had me hooked even though I knew nothing about him. He's extremely intriguing in how he's presented, still my favorite Hunter x Hunter character. Oh yeah, I said earlier, I said in the first stream that Hisoka is one of the best representations of Hunter x Hunter as a whole. Definite top 3, if not the most accurate representation. I actually thought that Gon would become a hunter in the end of the series. Oh yeah. I'm 75% of the way through watching the Hunter for the first time. It evolved in ways that I wasn't expecting. It's super subversive, and not just for flair. We assume that Hisoka's a plain killer, but it keeps you invested every layer you peel back down the future arcs. Yeah, how's it going, Safwa? No worries, better late than never. Basically, anytime I thought I had a hold of what Togashi was doing, I was wrong, and that's the best feeling. Yeah, and, like, it happens small scale, and then it just consistently one-ups itself, it feels like, through what you're expecting. And like I said, it's not just style over substance. It's done with a very direct narrative purpose in mind. It's not done just to shock the viewer. Like, weird comparison, but I watched The Walking Dead, AMC's The Walking Dead adaptation, for years. And what I dropped it eventually, but what I hated, well, not hated, but strongly disliked and just felt... it made me feel like this isn't a story they're telling, was the fact that, I won't spoil the subject matter, but they play around with audience expectations in a way that's, like, very clearly manipulating the audience rather than using it to benefit the story. Maybe you know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to refer to it. And I don't like that at all. If you're going to influence and subvert expectations, do it in a way that benefits the characters, the story, the plot, that elevates things, that service the narrative. Do it for a purpose. Don't do it just because you can, just to have fun manipulating the audience. The Walking Dead, in my opinion, does that in a lot of ways, and I really disliked it. It made me drop the series. But odd comparison, but it's the first thing I thought of. Togashi subverts expectations, but instead of doing it for shock factors, he does it because it makes more sense for the... Yeah, exactly. The way that Togashi, for the plots, character setting, and themes, the way that Togashi subverts expectations are in the way that... Shadow's talked about this. In the way that are most natural for the story and characters, and he knows this from the beginning. So, probably from his perspective, it's the most predictable thing in the world, because he has such a rich understanding of the characters and world. But because we are onlookers... it subverts what we expect. But it's completely natural, contextually. I started watching Hunter x Hunter. I watched a lot of shonen beforehand, and the way Togashi flips the script on you, not in the way that feels fake. The story just flows organically. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But this is where it's done. Oh, it's done so well. And then, not too much to say about this, a lot of this, but Kurapika holds firm, stays resolute, and then, I'll just kick his ass. And then... we get to, essentially... we'll get to the main thing we were talking about later. Oh, look at Tompa. Yeah, so this guy's just playing around, being the jackass Majitani, to help them win. How's it going, Idle Gamer? Yeah, I've talked about that a lot before. I'm not too discouraged by it personally. As long as Togashi lives a long, healthy, happy life, I'm fine with it. But yeah, understandable that people feel sad about that. He's looking at his first past phase 3. No one's surprised by that. It was funny though when Hanzo thinks he's first, but ends up being third instead. Yeah, but third is pretty damn good, and keys you into Hanzo as a character, his potential, his capabilities. How's it going, Sparrow Demon? Togashi seems like a master at both in-universe and character-based logic, which the viewer sometimes and often can't follow. Super good at feeding relevant information at perfect times. Yeah, can't follow until hindsight's 2020. But right off the bat, it's hard to understand where things are going. Oh yeah, and then Leorio calls the bluff. Perfect. I'll just toss him off the edge. And then he says, nope, I'm alive, whatever. And then Leorio wins the first bet in this little tussle. And then yeah, that's basically most of what I have to say about 10. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about 10. Anything I missed in anyone's opinion, or you want to mention? His first and only win, yeah. It's a good thing this moment happened because at last Leorio got one good thing before failing hard. Yeah, a lot of Leorio's role throughout the Hunter exam is being down on his luck. Yeah, this actually brings up an interesting point that I kind of am going to divert into in a second, or right now, because a lot of the Hunter exam involves Leorio, being down on his luck or needing lots of support from other people or failing in some ways or making mistakes. It's just a fact. It's just a fact, right? Leorio is, he screws up. He screws up. He's flawed. Episode 11, yeah. Like everyone else, but there's a focus on Leorio needing a lot of support to get through. And so that causes a lot of people to... I've seen this all over the damn place, and it's so strange to me. People, use it as a knock against Leorio's character by saying he didn't deserve to get the license. I see this all the damn time. Leorio didn't deserve it. He was riding off the coattails of Gon and his friends. He wasn't as strong as whoever. Yeah, he gets carried throughout the Hunter exam, but that's kind of the point. So, one, he has tons of merit. He has tons of his own merits, and he helps them as well. It's a give and take. But yes, he does get supported throughout it. Yeah, and exactly what Sarah says. Contextually, it makes total sense. It's not like he wants a hunter because it's not like he wants a license because he wants to be a hunter. He wants a license because he wants to be a hunter because it'll give him the funds to pay for medical school so he can give medical treatment to people who can't afford it, etc. And at the end of the day, so why is strength and power counterpoint? I like him, he makes me happy. Perfect, exactly. Why is that the one thing that people fixate on with regards to merit in getting the Hunter exam, in getting the Hunter badge? Thank you for the follow, Sabozen, and getting the license. Excuse me. And being able to establish connections with other people is a strength. True. Very resourceful, very pragmatic in that way. Thank you for the follow, Raiden. Everyone's so overly competent, but Leori's goal is way different than most people in the exam. This guy just wants to go to medical school. Yeah. And so there's all that, it plays into his characterization very naturally. Also, why would you want every character to be the same? Have the same attributes, have the same strengths? That's boring as hell. Also, even in a world where he didn't deserve it, which he still did. He still deserved it. But let's assume he didn't deserve it. let's assume Leorio got the license and never deserved it in the first place. Why even complain, though? Like, that doesn't make him a bad character, firstly. Secondly, he has the most morally righteous, morally good goal out of the entire cast. He's going to use that license for the best goal possible. Like, such a great thing that he's gonna do, such a great change he's gonna put into the world. Why even complain? Who cares? Even if he didn't deserve it. Like, I don't get it. It's always been so strange to me. Like, why are we complaining about this guy getting the avenue to providing free healthcare to people who can't afford it? I don't know, man. It's strange. What's going on with that? And I believe Netsudo recognized that, which is why he was willing to let him pass. He knew that Leorio had the power to change the world in ways that are not reliant on strength. Yeah, so like, Netsudo through his bracket, which we're skipping ahead a little bit, but Netsudo through his bracket valued lots of things, lots of criteria. He was sure to emphasize this innate potential, or I'm paraphrasing, but this innate like sense of conviction within the people, which was the most valuable thing, which I think he saw in Leorio. People like Gon got the most credit. I think Hanzo did as well, for a variety of reasons. But Leorio was still given the chance to pass, even if he was on the lower end. And Netsudo seems to recognize strength above all else, which is why he did value that, perhaps valued Leorio lower inherently. But he nonetheless still saw that value in him. Hisoka also saw it in him, right? He said he passes. He saw that sense of conviction, this unyielding conviction inside Leorio to do something great with his life. Why would or should a guy who wants to help and heal people be good at killing and beating them up? True. That immediately made me think of Grisha from Attack on Titan. Oh man. Yeah, R.I.P. Keiji Fujiwara. Amazing voice actor. Yeah, that too, Jasko. Well, not mastered, but oh yeah, actually no, you're right. So that's going a bit forward, further. We can't really discuss that too much, but yeah, I gotcha. I agree. It's cool how Kurapika is very assured in that he won't take someone's life. He hasn't even pondered the topic itself. Hunter x Exam leaves the seeds for conflict and themes that are explored later on, and it puts into question how are the characters, and specifically Kurapika, would face something like that, like taking a life down the line. Yeah, it also makes me. That also reminds me of Gon's question of, what if during episode 2, where they're faced with the question of, would you save your lover or your mother or whatever that was? What if I'm actually faced with these questions down the line? What'll I do? So plant seeds like that. Plus, the story does actually explore this through the guilt we see him have in the 4th phase and later arcs. Yes, he has a ton of guilt. He has a ton of guilt. He has a ton of, like, feeling that he owes people, feeling inferior, and that he's not pulling his weight. Even though Leorio, when he's introduced, seems like the most selfish and aggressive of the main group, he has the most selfless and tender goal. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Like, one of my favorite moments in the entire series is learning why he needs money in episode 4. That is one of my favorite subversions. Like, it was there all along. We just never were able to see it until he said that. It's beautiful. Leorio is such a beautiful character. Yeah, Jerome. Exactly. People fail to say that Leorio is an outlier among the savage Darwinism that Netsudo tried to breed. Damn, that is hardcore. That's a hardcore way to put it. But definitely an outlier. Definitely an outlier. I love how Netsudo placed Killua low on the brackets. Yeah, we'll bring up the brackets soon and examine that. That'll be fun. There is more than one type of strength. Yes, exactly. People say they want for Hunter x Hunter to end. I am on the opposite. I do not want Hunter x Hunter to ever end. I much prefer for it to continue on for as long as possible. Amen. Amen to that. Also, first-time chatter. Nice to see you, Kalasitonira? Kalasitonira? Nice to see you. Probably because Killua gave up in their game of trying to take the ball. Episode 7 is so key. Episode 7 is so key. He no doubt took note of that. And what happened? Gon never gave up and adapted the way in which what victory meant to him, or what progress meant to him. Never gave up, always had that positive attitude, always stayed competitive, was open-minded and flexible, and Gon has the most chances. He's ranked the highest. I don't think that's a coincidence, like Critty was saying. Where did you get your Hunter x Hunter drip? Hypeland. I ordered it from Hypeland. Episode 11 weirdly goes against his previously shown strong conviction. I wouldn't say it goes against it. I just think it shows, again, his impulsivity, his hot-headedness, his horniness. I mean, he has a tendency to... I wouldn't say it's inconsistent in his character. I would say he just... Because, like Shadow said, later on he very much regrets it, very much feels bad about it. So it's not like his character changed. I think it's more like he just got caught up in the moment. Yeah, he's 19, yeah. Just impulsivity is what I chalk it down to. I don't think it's... I wouldn't personally call it inconsistent. Sorry about that. And then, yeah. They have this whole betting... I don't have much to say about the game in and of itself. I do think there are some nice bits of humor here and there. This is a bit out of... This isn't the right tone. He is very pure. Who are morally gray despite being good people. Oh, I see what you mean. I think we define pure in different ways, Whirlwind, but I 100% understand what you mean. Yeah, and rock, paper, scissors is mentioned here, which is, yeah, another precursor. God, there are so many seeds sown. Yeah, epic foreshadowing of Jajunkin. Yeah. This is where humble beginnings, right? But yeah, anyways, don't have much to add to it aside from it just, you know, planting seeds consistently. So great. But yeah. Leorio gives up his competition for just a, I don't know how to articulate. I don't know how to articulate what Leorio does here, but, you know. Good for him, I guess. Killua is very strong and can face any test or challenge with ease, and as a result, he doesn't feel motivated to really try or push through. And that part of his personality is explored across the story, while Gon is comparatively much weaker, but has that resolve and spark to keep going. Yes. Which is, like, remember when, again, skipping forward a little bit, but when we see the bracket, Killua, the first thing he says is, do I have less potential than Gon? And the answer to that is defined by that definition of potential. If you continue along that mindset, then yeah, you do. You do. People can change, but assuming that Killua doesn't change his mindset, then yeah, he does have less potential. Which is, I think, he's something he subconsciously realizes at the same time as well. Do I have less potential than Gon? Maybe. Indicative of how important it is to have a goal. Yeah, that sense of purpose, that sense of identity in that purpose. Absolutely. Okay, and then we have, so yeah, Leorio does his thing. Good for him, I guess. Jonas, the Dissector. So with Gon, we have his intuition, his open-mindedness, his flexibility, all of that with regards to his mentality and coming up to obstacles, as Shadow was talking about earlier, as we were talking about earlier. With Kurapika, we have all this thing, his trauma, the way he looks at the spider, the things he values, his true resolve and conviction when it comes to certain things. With Leorio, we have some of his ability to think of it on his feet, but also a lot of his flaws and, again, that impulsivity. And then Killua. Oh boy. Killua. Leorio says, you know, we gotta be careful. I love this shot. This flexing hand. Very threatening in most contexts. And look at Killua's face. This was one of the more obvious subversions, yeah. And then we have, like how the color palette changes a bit. But then we have this, and what I love here is he just goes, "Give it back." Like he's asking him to give it back. He's just so utterly confused at what the hell just happened. Do I know where Killua got this bag from? No. I mean, maybe he just carries some baggies around. But, yeah. I mean, this kind of speaks for itself a little bit. Oh, it's part of the shirt. Oh, is it really part of the shirt? Yeah, it is. Holy shit, I've never realized that. Thank you, guys. Look, wow. Hunter Hunt. Ugh. It's not just a 12 out of 10, it's a 13 out of 10 now. I had no idea. I thought it was just a bag. It's this shirt. Yeah, looking at it, I just assumed it was a bag. God damn, that's so cool. Packed it all nice and neat. Everyone expected Killua to destroy him, but nobody expected him to literally pull his heart out of his chest and hold it. Yeah, and what I love is he criticizes his own technique in a way, right? Right, Shadow, because he goes, I don't remember who it was. Maybe he said Illumi or his dad or something, or maybe Zeno. One of them can do it without drawing blood, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm a little rough around the edges. My family can do it without drawing blood." I love this scene so much. The voice acting, the background music for when he removes his heart and then gives it back. Those next to Midnight starts playing as he asks Bendo if he wants to fight. And it's just so good. Yeah, it's a great scene. Only Kurapika would bring a shuffle to the fight. How many rewatches are you at now? I don't know. It's impossible to tell. Silva. Okay, gotcha. Silva. Yeah, when my dad does it, there's not a single drop of blood. It would be interesting if he said Ilmi, though, because he's never shown to have respect or high opinion of his brother like he does his dad. Yeah. God damn, it's a great scene. Again, we see Killua flick his switch. We see that line's important for how he views his family and his own technique. A little bit self-critical, despite this insane feat. Look at this. Let me just remove my face for a second. Look at his face. God. I'm not sure which is more savage, the version where he squishes the heart, or in this one where he puts it in the man's hands after he dies. Yeah, he does do that. Here you go. Yeah, and the sound design with the fading heartbeat, really good. There are key scenes throughout that do a lot of really interesting things with sound design to sort of get across a lot of the things that the manga gets across with sound design instead of visuals. But we'll talk about one key scene much later on that I want to bring that up about. But there's more. We can tell that he's not serious, and the contrast with him and the guy Killua goes on to really elevates and emphasizes Killua's power to dispatch him so easily. The fact that they set out how a serious and troublesome opponent should appear, and then show you one of that general nature for them only to be dispatched so easily. Yeah, he is elite. You immediately understand. I think the anime version is more tasteful. It is. It's censored more, but they definitely do it in a tasteful way. And this is just the ultimate, what is it? The ultimate flex. Have a lovely day, sir. Okay, and then I love this. So, look at their faces. Oh, sorry, I'm in Leorio's way. Let's look at their faces. We have Leorio shocked, Tonpa even more shocked. Even Kurapika, we see a look of concern, and Gon. You're just like, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course he did that. Of course he did that. Killua comes from a family of assassins, you know? It's natural. No judgment. Completely looking at him through his eyes, making judgments of him not on his assassin upbringing, not on what he's done here, but the type of person he believes him to be. In sheer contrast to everyone else. Well, they're not that they're making judgments, but they're just utterly shocked at this, because they view it as in contrast to who they believed Killua to be. Gon just, no, you know, that's him. That's him. There's nothing shocking about it. Like he's watching TV, yeah. Unbothered. It's cool to see how unrestrained Togashi is in showing violence from the start, but in both cases of censorship, I actually prefer the anime version. Hisoka flower petals. Yeah, there's a lot of style there. There's a lot of stylistics that play into it tonally. Again, that tonality. And yeah, I do agree. It's what did you say? Tasteful. Yes, tasteful. But yeah, that's that. Also, Leorio's face. Leorio has great faces throughout the whole thing. And then yeah, this is very important for Gon. There is no wrong or right to him. There is no wrong or right, or there is nothing to be shocked at here. It's the world is in large part divided into people who, well, no, that's an oversimplification. But Killua interests him. Killua's fun. Killua's a nice person to him. Killua's his friend, and there's no reason to judge him for any of this. I like the Hisoka censorship because that is 100% something Hisoka would do to show off. Yeah, it's totally in character. Did anyone make the Escanor comparisons to the guy Killua killed? No. Not that I saw, at least. Killua's just my friend. He's an assassin, but he's cool. Yeah. And then here we were talking about this. Gitarakur, however you pronounce. Second to pass. Hisoka first, Gitarakur second. Look at this look. Look at this look. Gotta love Hisoka. Tonpa. Very knowing look. One of the only instances I wish it wasn't censored was in episode 5 when Hisoka pulls out the card he threw from a guy's head and has not a drop of blood on it. It looked a bit weird. But even making Hunter x Hunter feel like a more tame and kid-friendly anime in the beginning, I think adds something to in the long run. I totally agree. Yeah. It's the same thing with the kite cut. Where it's like, yeah, it's better to keep that stuff in, but tonally, in the long run, it's almost like you wouldn't really have it any other way for the thematic, stylistic identity of the adaptation. At least, I'm only speaking for myself, right? And we have the manga stuff. It all factors into the same story. Despite differences, of course. And then Hanzo, first to finish. Actually, I'm third to pass. No! Kind of funny. But third is really damn good. And then, yeah. This is what I was saying here. He manipulates the body. I used to be a professional. Yeah, and then he's talking about Silva. When he removes a heart, you won't even see a drop of blood. Hanzo did do good. Yeah, and then so they get trapped in this room. Thus ends episode 11. Lots of slice. Yeah, Leorio. It was a net win what Leorio did because it gave us this amazing slice of life stuff. Yeah, I get that totally, Idle Gamer. Rather than them just being morally just for the sake of it, yeah. And then, yeah, let's go to episode 12. One of my personal favorites. Personal favorites in the series. Look at these boys. Look at them. Are there any new channel points bets soon? I don't know what I'd bet on. There's nothing I can really bet on right now. Maybe for Ace Attorney. But anyway, let's start at the beginning here. So yeah, a lot of this stuff is actually anime original, for anyone who isn't aware. It's wonderful. 1999 does a lot of more anime original stuff that's very in character, adds quite a bit of substance to them. But 2011 does it here and there as well, and this is like one of my favorite examples of it. Episode 12 is a beautiful episode. It's a nice breather sequence with some great little slice of life bits that are all completely in character. I think it's very on point. Hisoka's my favorite character. Okay, I got you. Cool, Pandoama. Rank the episode bets? Sure, but we'd have to save that till the end. Or we could do that at the end of every arc if you want. I probably would want Kite included in some way in the start, but I watched the first episode of 99 Anime first because someone told me to, which worked super well. But yeah, it feels like a show that I wouldn't change a thing because everything in it contributes to some aspect of the experience. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like you alter one thing, and then this series is such a domino effect that I wouldn't want to change. I wouldn't want to change much about this adaptation at all. Okay, I might do a bit of a tier list for the episodes. What I was thinking actually was after each arc, I could rank the characters, maybe, with regards to just the material in the arc. And then maybe rank the episodes as well, just for fun, just for a few minutes. We could do some bets there if people are interested. The only thing I change is less Tompa and more Kilugon. That would be the proper way to do it. Sure. Okay, we could do that. But we have to get through the arc first. So yeah, and then here Tompa feeds a lot into Leorio's insecurities, and this is what we were talking about earlier, with his genuine guilt of what he's done at sort of hamstringing the group a little bit. They are, squandering 50 of their remaining hours, like it says right there. That is, what is it? More than 2/3 of the time they had in totality. It's really impressive that what they could add in between the calmer moments, and that it feels like some of the creators are big fans of Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, it's all... I had no idea, because I watched the anime first. It is impossible to tell that this is anime original. Impossible. Bet for ranking characters after each arc? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I think that could be fun. But yeah, and then they're playing around with a skateboard. Look at this loser. Anyway, they're having fun with a skateboard. Very cute. Don't skateboard in this tiny room. Leorio being like a bit of a dad. Kill him. Well, Idle Gamer, this would be with regards to just the material in the arc, right? So it might be a bit unpredictable in that way. Gon hit him with the skateboard on purpose, I know it. So they passes, and then nice little detail here is Killua. By the way, this picture is a bit of a mini meme. As Killua doesn't need to sleep, which they reveal here. Tompa's feet don't have anything to add to this. Killua bored as hell, yeah. Great face. Great face. Yeah, and then he's Kurapika's asking him about it. He says he can go for a hell of a long time without sleep. And then And then a bit of a pillow fight, and Gon is smiling in his sleep or with his eyes closed. I love that little detail. I'm a tier 3 Tompa sub. Good for you, Thomas. 2 or 3 days. Again, I don't have much to say. We've already said it's just endearing in character bits of character work that it all works. It all is consistent. It's great for the flow of the series at this point. Kurapika is often able to clue into small details he sees. It's a sign of his intelligence, but he's also very emotionally intelligent, questioning Killua, supporting Gon after his fight with Hisoka. He can usually tell if someone is feeling off and is able to be there for them. Yeah, Kurapika is one of them, very emotionally perceptive with regards to certain things about Gon, certain things about Killua, Leorio in episode 4 when they're running down the tunnel as well. I need 50 real life, just real-time hours. Yeah, that would be great. But yeah, they're doing the fishing rod. They did the skateboard earlier. They're screwing around with Tonpa. They're screwing around with Leorio. It's great. More people are finishing. They get nice little crumpets, whatever the hell these are. Time continues to pass. Little feat competition. Love this. They continue to have their little competitions. More people pass. Pockle. And then yeah, they can eventually get out. They're super cute. Yeah, not a ton to say here until we get to this part. Where, yeah, Gon pressed the wrong button. Leorio blames him. Sorry, Leorio blames Tompa. They don't, yeah, absolutely not out of place. Not whatsoever. They start fighting, or wanting to fight, and then we get to this conundrum. They have roughly an hour left, and they can choose between a path that all 5 of them will fit into, but that will take extremely long to traverse, or a very short path that only 3 of them can go through. Yeah, it does go from very vibrant to very bleak. Yeah, I agree, Blaze Rage. Gon sidestepping for the long and difficult path for the short one. Yeah, Gon's solution is super 5-head. Zepile hasn't taught you that yet. He's got some foresight. And then no one, not a single one, their mindsets are restricted into 2 distinct paths. Obviously, those are the only paths that are given to them. Gon is the only one to think about the interrelationship between them and being able to think out of the box, 5-head like Critty says, and have everyone pass through the short one, through obviously using axes and pickaxes and whatever, breaking through the wall to sidestep, like you said. Everyone thinks within these narrow boundaries. Gon's the only one to be adaptable enough to see that. And it's really interesting, because I think one of the prime aspects of this arc is showing Gon's that open-mindedness and that flexibility, and establishing it as a key aspect of his character to then play around with interesting aspects of it later on, interesting aspects about Gon's the openness of his view of the world in different aspects of the world. But it's very important in establishing this open-mindedness and adaptability very early on. Yeah, like an animal. And what's interesting is that Killua says, Gon, we're both passing. We're taking the 3-person path. Me and you. I don't care who else comes, but me and you are doing it. Which is cool. But they begin to fight. Obviously, Leorio would fight. Tompa would fight because he's Tompa. But Leorio would fight just because of his conviction to keep going. Killua's face here is great. Brimming with creativity, yeah. Intelligent, very clever. Gon can be stupid, but he can also be extremely clever. I imagine if they had to go through the corridor with only one of them, only three of them, Killua would be like, "I need to take all of you out I can take all of you out if I need to. I'm going and Gon is coming with me, because who's gonna stop him?" Yeah, I could easily have seen that happening, easily. Yeah, just like in episode 2, stuck with choices, and Gon's the only one who doesn't take them at face value. You're able to calmly evaluate your two options and think around them. That's what makes you special. Yeah, a lesser series probably would have resolved this with a full fight. Oh, cool, Blaze Rage. Heaven's Rune is amazing. And then this guy, right at the end, we have this poor sucker out down on his luck, who passes the exam, but dies. And then they all get out. Hisoka's happy about that. It's also quite funny to see how the art style has slightly changed too. Gotta admit, I haven't really made note of it while watching, but it looks so different later on. Yeah, it does. You know how Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood does that thing where Ed ages throughout the series? What a screenshot, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That's the perfect combination of subtitles and visuals. FMAB does this with Ed. As he ages throughout the series. Hunter x Hunter does this with Gon and Killua as well. It's very clear. But yeah, they pass. And Sarah gave us the line, able to evaluate the two distinct options and work around them. And yeah, they did it. Circumvent them. Yeah, I was just reading. I don't know if you saw. I was reading what Shadow said. I probably wouldn't word it as lesser either, because this is very contextual. It's very contextual. But what I said would have been very interesting, like Killua leveraging his superior strength to get his way through uncontested. Although I guess it's not a full fight anyway. Yeah, like I think what I meant to say is that it would be a lesser in the context of Hunter x Hunter to do that. Not the Killua thing, like a full-blown fight with everyone. The Killua thing's a bit of a... That's not a full-blown fight either. But yeah, I do think not going about things in the traditional way, in that way, would have been lesser within the context of Hunter x Hunter. Because it's not the most natural thing to happen with regards to Gon's personality and adaptability, right? Yeah. They look so lanky in Greed Island, I love it. They do. Those arms. Those arms go all over the place. The guy probably had a similar mindset to Gon, just couldn't do it. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, they pass. They pass, hooray. Good for them. But a friend today may come... We are skipping 13. 13 is a recap. A friend today may become a foe tomorrow. Ominous. And vice versa, too. And let's see, were there any other screenshots I want to show off? Adorable. Adorable. I have so much... My heart is so full. My heart is so full again. Let me just keep it on here for a second. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Greetings, Joao. Glad you enjoy the content. Because they don't actually get pitted against one another? I guess they don't. Yeah, I guess they don't. I do too, Hannah. I do too. Okay, so we're at episode 14. New emote? No? I haven't added a new one in a couple weeks. But okay, they escape Trick Tower, and then they're told about the next phase. Your ID numbers are on your cards. You will be assigned someone to steal cards from. You need 6 points. Your card is worth 3 points. The person you're assigned to steal a card from is worth 3 points as well. You need 6 points. Everyone else's card is 1 point. Very clever, very simple, but a great foundation for a lot of interesting conflicts that can come about. Yeah, that they'll not be resolved from a fight. Yeah, exactly. Which is a common theme, a super common theme throughout. New emote. Oh, I didn't know that's what you meant. I didn't know that's what you meant, Dragon Knight. But yeah, that would be a great emote. That would be a great one. Um, this it is tough competition for my favorite phase. I think I do like the last one the best, but it's very close. But yeah, so this is just genius. It's genius, and Gon picking Hisoka, it had to happen. It had to, as a measuring stick for comparison, which we already established, but more directly, for him to be knocked down a peg. But we'll get into that. Just to show off more of Hisoka and what he's all about, and more really great stylistics around him. I love lots of little visual details throughout here, because the butterflies, the hemotropic butterflies, are so cool. The butterflies that are attracted to blood, so cool. They're so symbolic. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. Beautiful Nelson, thank you for following. Uh, I'm super into Souls lore. I spent after beating Elden Ring, or during Elden Ring, I spent hours upon hours trying to make connections through the game. What is interesting to me during the explanation of the phase when the boat ride's over, uh, during the explanation of the phase and the boat ride over, which is also a very subtle way to tell characters' personalities, is whether they decide to hide their badges or not, and when they decided to. Leorio and Kurapika removed theirs before going on the boat. Killua, Illumi, and Hisoka didn't remove theirs at all. Lucky for Gon. And Gon removed his when he was on the island. True, that's very cool. That's very cool. I think it has a lot to do with perceived confidence, or uh, maybe in the case of Leorio, it was a lack of confidence. Kurapika, probably not a lack of confidence, but just genuine strategy. It's just smarter. But Illumi, Hisoka, and Killua didn't think that it really mattered at all, whether or not their badges were shown, because they just felt they'd be able to keep them no matter what. Gon removed his once he was on the island. Yeah, that's really cool. I never thought of that. So they all pick their cards. And yeah, you don't, it's not necessary to kill each other, which is key. That's key. There's the flexibility here, as with all things in Hunter x Hunter. And yeah, Kata, she's the host or whatever for the boat. Love this little conversation between Leorio and Kurapika here, because like this is because Leorio tries to play it like, if you happen to be my target, I wouldn't show any mercy. And then Kurapika says the same thing. And then Leorio goes, "What? Am I your target?" You call it's so endearing. He's so silly. Illumi does have a funny moment. With Gon only removing it once the phase officially started, while the others were already thinking ahead. Yeah, true. Yeah, am I your target? This is a great little scene. But they're not each other's targets. And then Kurapika has this knowing smile in response. And you aren't my target either. Very cute. And then we have Gon just thinking about the challenge to come. And it's a secret for Killua for who he drew, and it's a secret for Gon for who he drew, and they look away, and it's very tense for a moment. But then, I think Gon was caught up in the realization he would have to get Hisoka's badge. Yeah, he was. I think he was. He was deep in thought. I love them too. So yeah, they tell each other. They show each other. And notably, Killua is very unconcerned with who the hell his thing even is. Like, Gon is like, I think it's one of those brothers. And Killua goes, yeah, whatever. I didn't bother to memorize everyone's numbers. So there is a laid-back confidence to it. But at the same time, I don't know if it's just me and if I'm reaching. But it does seem to me like Killua puts it on a bit how confident he is. Yeah, whatever. It's whatever. I didn't bother. It's easy. Everything's easy to me. I think he puts on a little bit, but there is genuine confidence at the basis of this. Yeah, he backs it up completely. I just think he overemphasizes it a bit, maybe. I don't know. It's interesting. He's trying to impress Gon. This is true. And then he notices this little feral child shaking with excitement at the prospect of taking down Hisoka. It is often shown around Gon. Yeah, it is. Definitely. We do learn more about his harsh assassin training is later on, so I believe it. Yeah, it's I need to get across the point that I don't think it's confidence without basis. I think there's extreme basis to it. Like, I've seen the series, guys. I know Killua. We all know what Killua is capable of. There's extreme basis to his confidence, but at the same time, I do think he flaunts it a bit. Like an extra 5%, you know? Which I think keys into, again, those feelings of, do I not have the same potential as Gon? Do I have less potential than Gon? Excuse me, is what he said. He does show it off a bit. I think he also believes that he would recognize a number if it was anyone noteworthy. True, yeah. The stream time is at 1:48. It is. Yeah, but then we have Gon shaking with this anticipation. And then I wouldn't stand his chance, but right now, so it's something we get from the fight with Netedo. Like, he didn't have a chance to steal the ball from Netedo, but at the same time, it was a chance to measure himself up to someone who's superior and, adapt and, again, like Kurapika says, circumvent around these goals to be creative and get progress in other ways. And so he knows he can't beat Hisoka, but here he has a chance. It's not a straight-up fight, and it's just a great challenge. Yeah, exactly, Thanik. Exactly. I would have turned into a vindictive rival of Gon's while he just wants to be his friend in the end. That boy crush got him acting crazy. How's it going, Paladin? How's it going, Joshua, as well? How are you? But yeah, they arrive at the island. They go off. They go off into their own little bits. Nice little shot here. And Gon's thinking. Big think. Where's that emote? Oh, I can't access it right now. You know the one. Yes, that one. From the first encounter, Hisoka gave Gon fear, but for Gon, that same fear left him wanting more, a chance to prove his strength and to prove himself and gauge his strength. Yes, exactly. He's not... His response to being beaten down is coming right back, right? Again, adaptability, flexibility, very key to who Gon is. Yes, those are the emotes, exactly. And then he sees through this example between Pockle and this dude, that this is a hunt. People hunt their prey. And so he gets the idea, or actually he doesn't get that idea here, I don't think. But it's shown to him, yeah, this is how you hunt. So he gets the idea of how I'm going to get Hisoka's tag, fishing rod. And he just starts practicing. Glad you're doing well, Josh. This always devastates me with regards to what is to come later on. He's scared but also excited because he actually stands a chance now against Hisoka. Well, and in the end, he still loses. Almost makes me tear up seeing him in the tree like that. Yeah, and it is crushing. That we'll get there in a couple episodes. But yeah, this is your favorite moment in the series. Very cool. I think it's great. You know, there isn't much to talk about here, but just patience. Tons of patience, tons of understanding of what needs to be done. You know, he puts faces on the apples, which is very cute. He doesn't even consider that he can just avoid Hisoka completely, the true spirit of a hunter. Yes, that's true, because he could just get 3 other tags, but that is a lot more difficult. But I mean, it's a lot more difficult if your opponent isn't Hisoka. So 3 average people in the hunter exam versus Hisoka, I know which seems more difficult to me. But yeah, he doesn't even consider that. And then also, what's really notable is that, well, Kurapika and Leoria start going their own way. I really like this shot of Kurapika just looking on. And then something else here is that Gon is able to discover a way to capture a bird. But what's cool is he puts these little safety bits on the hooks so that they won't stab the bird, so that it wouldn't hurt them, and he can just let it escape right after. Lovely little detail there. So he can practice and not hurt any birds he catches. Also here we have an early showing of how Gon disregards his health for the sake of accomplishing a goal, the way he hurts his hands during training. True. Very true. His hands go completely raw just working at that. And also, you know, we've talked about Gon's, again, skipping ahead a little bit, but I think it's relevant here. We've talked about Gon's open-mindedness, right? But throughout this whole sequence, also, one of my favorite shots in the whole series, this one. Beautiful. But yeah, so what's notable is that we talk about how Gon is so open-minded, kind of linking with what Shadow says there, open-minded and flexible and adaptable and whatever, but we also see here a bit of a flip side to that in his tunnel vision towards his goal. So such clear tunnel vision towards what he needs to do that he completely misses. You know, this guy was probably cloaking himself in his aura, whatever. Maybe not. No, actually, maybe not. Maybe he was just hiding, just using his skills to hide. Regardless, Gon does not see him at all. And like he says to Gon later, I had hundreds of times to steal your tag, or attack you, or whatever. Gilo could have done that as well, but he didn't. Yeah, true. The Lurker, yeah. I feel like at this point, Killua has a pretty massive inferiority complex under the surface. He's just run away from home without much of a plan for what to do now, and he sees Gon with absolute drive and purpose with every action he takes. Might be part of the reason why his violent side comes up quite a few times throughout the exam. Yeah, I think the inferiority complex is shown, again, through just being that 5 to 10% extra, but then we get bigger moments that really key us into that as well. We see it in the bracket, we see it in a couple of other times. But yeah, I totally agree with that, Darkside. IQ Bop, let's go. What's Sunday, Thomas? But yeah, and that just about ends episode 14. Precious boy, beautiful boy. And then here comes his philosophy here. Oh yeah, the one shot. True, that's this Sunday, huh? Nice, I didn't know that was this Sunday. That'll be awesome. And then he decides here, I have to hunt and aim for my target as he hunts his own prey. Which is very important because that is a hunter's pragmatism, right? using the live of someone else to hunt your own prey. It is, it's a bit of a disregard for their own life while searching for your own benefit, which is very understandable. Of course, he has to do it this way. That's the most beneficial, that's the most effective way to do it. But it is nonetheless additive to Gon's character that he just thinks, okay, I gotta use someone. I gotta use someone to search for my own target. Okay, got it. So it's all these little touches are so additive to all the bits of character work. I love the setup of the fourth phase. Me too, JT. There is a new Haikyuu one-shot coming this Sunday. Yep, Kudo Focus. Also, this episode is shot and directed really well. And then, yeah, there is. I don't either, Sarah. So then we get into the hemotropic butterflies. These things are attracted to blood. They're attracted to Gon. They're attracted to Gon because he's bleeding. And so he goes, oh, maybe they can lead me to Hisoka. Hisoka has a bit of a dialogue with Gitarakur. Plays into the idea of what he does under high stakes. Yes, exactly. Or when he needs to. Which I guess is synonymous with high stakes. Oh, look, it's the guy who was grazed by the arrow. And then, so I love a lot of these shots. I love this. So, I just generally like how a lot of this is storyboarded. And it's just, there's a kind of ominous tinge to this. Just say his name. There's just an ominous tinge to this. These butterflies feasting on these remnants of bones, and then the shot composition in this episode in particular is really good. And then Gon watching on as these things feast over this carcass. They're a perfect mix of, again, that tonality, that approach to stylistics. Very dark subject matter because they're attracted to blood. They're attracted to blood and they drink it, whatever. They feast on it. But there are these colorful butterflies that Gon ties a leash around to help guide him. That contrast is so good. I know my camera is gone. Here, I can put it back. But yeah, I was just trying to show off the shot composition there. And then Gon just watching as a carcass gets feasted on by these things that are so attracted to blood. Symbolic allusion to him, what he's going to do. Him just watching, observing Hisoka hunt someone, and then using that for his advantage. And then also with regards to these butterflies, Gon... yeah, okay, I can say that here. Gon, they're representative of Gon. These butterflies are Gon. Following the scent of blood for their own hunger, you could say, for their own ambitions. Following the scent of blood, just like Gon is following Hisoka. And then later in the series, I think in episode 16, one of them gets caught in a web, in a spider's web, which is kind of an allusion to what goes on between Hisoka and Gon. Equal parts of plot device while also being beautiful imagery. For Gon, it's the desire for him to seek out conflict. As we see later, the butterfly gets stuck in the web. Yes, exactly. Gon's roadblock at the end of the exam. Yeah, I love what these things do. And Gon, unintentionally not understanding what he's doing, but using, what is it? I always get the Nen powers confused. Is it Gyo? No, that's not Gyo. Ren. I think it's Ren. Zetsu. Sorry, I'm bad with Nen names, just so you guys know. Zetsu. Gyo is the looking at stuff. Ren, I forget what Ren is. Yeah, I'm bad with Nen terminology, just so you guys know. Be aware of that. But yeah. And he does it just completely unintentionally. Oh, that's cool. That's cool as well, Darkseid. Ren boosting your aura. Right. Yeah, I need to retake Wing's lessons. And then Tonpa, this freaking loser. We'll go through it again during Heaven's Arena. Oh no. So this loser fools Leorio. He almost loses his badge. He helps him. He tells him Ponzu is who you're looking for. And then working with this guy, Monkey Boy, to create Leorio face. Love the Nen foreshadow in the earlier material. Hisoka's cards, gone with Zetsu, Hisoka's Bloodlust, Illumi stuff. Yeah, it was clearly planned out. And then Kurapika helps him out. There's a great shot here, this one. This? Yeah, great shot here. Tonpa not needing Leorio's medicine because he's got his own, so he intentionally gave himself diarrhea to be convincing. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. He probably drank his own orange drink. Only 3 on Animanga with better bestiaries than Hunter x Hunter for me, and coincidentally, it's my 3 favorite: Berserk, Witch Hat Atelier, and Delicious in Dungeon. Cool. I know, absolutely lovely frame. Oh yeah, this song is Vast Pony Canyon, for anyone wondering, from Pokemon Sun and Moon. But then, yeah, Leorio and Kurapika team up. Not much to say here. Just a lot more of the same. It's all very fun. Very endearing dynamics here. Killua going through this forest. I'm so glad Togashi made Tonpa Kurapika's target. He knew what his audience wanted to see. Yeah. Tonpa gets what he needed to get by the end of this, and I love this. I love this too. Oh, let me refresh it. But it says, "Please do not feed." Perfect. Please do not feed. And then we have, Killua versus the brothers. I like the tinge. Well, I guess he doesn't face them here, but I like the tinge here as he's in the forest. The filter, I guess you could say, slightly purplish, pinkish, slightly. But then when that worked kind of as a transition into this, which is one of the arguably maybe the best directed scene in the first arc. Definitely up there. Definitely up there. It's interesting. It's actually interesting that Tonpa says that now that he's come this far, he's gonna actually finish the exam. Character development. Yeah. He's rarely, if ever, come this far, I guess. So he decides to dismiss rookie crushing. Character development. He takes it again. If Killua wasn't in the next exam, would he have made it? Who knows? How do you think Tonpa would have acted in the final phase? I think he would have, we saw the equivalent of what happened in the final phase at Trick Tower, right? That was basically a microcosm of the bracket that Netsudo comes up with. I think he would just give up right away. Like they said that Pakko gives up to Hanzo's torturing right away, very quickly, in total contrast to how Gon approached it. I think Tonpa would be even quicker than Pakko if he were to face someone like Hanzo. Same thing with Hisoka. I think he would have lost to and given up. Pro Hunter Crusher. But yeah, so then we get to this bit, right? This is so good. Beautifully. Oh no, sorry. The part I was thinking of was actually in the next episode, but this is right up there too. I love how so much of this is framed. It's so beautifully directed. Like episode 15 and 16 are so well directed and well presented. And then Hisoka comes up against this guy. Gon's hair gets chopped off. And then so Hisoka, this guy targets Hisoka, and Gon wants to use it as a way to target his prey. But Hisoka notes that this guy is poisoned, and he says that the light. He says something incredibly. Also, again, just really like how this is framed. He says something incredibly interesting. Someone else has struck a fatal blow. Or sorry, he wasn't poisoned, but he was he got dealt a fatal blow. Regardless, and then Hisoka says here, this is what I was getting at. You're already dead. Yeah, I have no interest in the dead. Precursor to I have no interest in broken toys. You're already dead. Yes, it's in your eyes. Like, and then look at this. Look at that look. You know what this reminds me of? Don't be too explicit, but this reminds me of something super later on in the series. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? So I'm wondering if that reminds other people of this look as well. Gone? No. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's just me. This reminds me exactly. This reminds me exactly of Yuppie looking down at Shoot. It reminds me exactly of that. I don't know. Like, I just got struck by that just now. Yeah, Hisoka has no interest in people who have no purpose and only spares the ones whose death would be a waste. Yeah. So this guy's a waste. It's not just the fact that he's dying, it's also that he accepted death. Yes, because like he says, the light had gone out of his eyes. Like, you're dead, I see it in your eyes. He only cares about people who consistently strive for more, who keep on growing. Exactly. But this guy had accepted death and just wanted to die in honor, die fighting, whatever. But he had accepted it, and that completely made Hisoka lose interest in him. So yeah, I think I see this a lot with Yuppie's look towards Shoot later on, and a commonality with this is looking down at them as less than human, almost, as so far beneath them. Oh, what about that, huh? What about that? Great song for this moment. God, I love this look. This is so good. And just the shading and the texturing and the color design, color direction. Yeah, it's so good. You're already dead. It's in your eyes. Yep, that's it. Harrison vibes as well. I see that for sure. And then he does die. Illumi lets him escape, and then I love this shot too. This is one of my favorite shots in the Hunter exam. So far beneath them. Yes, yeah, for sure. God, look at these two. Just slightly off angle, the blurred hemotropic butterflies in the front covering Hisoka, bathed in blood almost. Oh, so good. So good. Look at this. Don't let anyone ever tell you that there isn't amazing direction in the first arc. It's so good. I don't know why, but this is giving me Poof vibes. The eye shape, or maybe the fact that Poof looks down on everyone. I see that too, Eva. I see that too. Illumi's character is such an enigma during the Hunter exam, sparing an enemy because he was pitying them, walking away from a fight without killing them so I can buy the pity. Without walking away from a fight without killing them, I can buy the pity. So many people dismiss Illumi as this character with no emotion who doesn't show his emotions, which I completely disagree with. Me too. I talked about this when I was going through my antagonist list, but Illumi is one of the most, I think the second most interpretive character from which you can glean so much detail through reflecting on a lot of the subtext and a lot of the potential through a lot of his lines. And I think there's a clear emotional basis to his character. Through how he might look at the family business, how he might be looking at Killua, dependency perhaps, a need to feel acknowledged perhaps. There's so much there. Yeah, the color palette is beautiful. Oh yeah, people say that the direction. People talk a lot about how the Hunter exam is very bland in terms of visuals. I've seen that all over the place. All over the place. I disagree a lot. Obviously, you guys know me. But hey, it's a pretty prevalent opinion. Your Illumi, your video is really good. Thank you. Thank you. It really is. It really is. You really do need to let it stew, Thomas. I actually, funnily enough, fun fact is that I actually gave this a 9 out of 10 after my first watch. I don't know what I was thinking, by the way, but then I thought about it, and then the more I think about it, I go, yeah, this is like this is the 10th 10 of all time. What the hell was I thinking? Oh yeah, it is. It tends to be, yeah. When I finished it, it was a 9. Isn't that crazy? I can't believe you hated Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, there's just very deliberate emphasis on a lot of these shots that are really good, in my opinion. Totally agree, Cairo Van. Like, and then I think I have some more. Like, we have this, obviously. Like, these are just beautiful. These look great, too. This scene was beautifully directed. Lots of great scenery here and there. There's nothing super fancy about it, but a lot of scenes just are so on point from the beginning and how they flow in the emotions placed on them and how they're directed. Some nice shots throughout, Yeah, anyway. Point is, it's directed beautifully from the beginning. Admittedly, it isn't consistently the best, but it's very good, and it just continues to get better and better. But yeah, here I love this shot as well. How long after your first watch did you rewatch it? 4 or 5 months, something like that, Sarah? Love this shot too, and yeah, I had to take this one. And then we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, and then Illumi, my dude transforms, and then he also, I like Hisoka looking on, the side glance there. I don't think people say it's badly directed, just bland is a lot of the complaints I get. Like, the Illumi Killua scene is brought up a lot because of the colors being kind of washed out, very bright. In contrast to the way that the 99 adaptation does it, which is beautiful. Which is, I do have to say, it's absolutely beautiful. But yeah, and then he goes down his whole. See you later. Again, just nice framing, nice storyboarding. These angles and stuff. Nice. And then we get this purple night. Jotaro. We talked about it for 2 minutes in a 2-hour, 50-minute stream so far. If you cherry pick that, then of course. But, like, I don't know. Am I not allowed to mention 99 at all? I'm not allowed to mention the 99 adaptation whatsoever, never? I don't know. I don't know what you want from me, buddy. The purple filter. I love the purple filter. For me, it's like so violently purple, and it really gets again that stylistic across. That stylistic element across. Again, that swing. Yeah, I love the direction in both. Again, my rewatch for that was last year. Can't really talk about it with great authority, but yeah, I love the direction for both. That violent, I don't know. I love it. And then again, framing great. And then here, the classic. right here. So we have, oh, sorry, I'm blocking it a little bit. So we have a classic shot here. Classic shot there. And a classic shot there. Iconic. It does fit pretty well. But yeah, anyways. These are, I don't know. I don't have much to add. Hisoka's just presented really well here. The definitive Hisoka shot. Oh yeah, he maintains those nails for sure. Look at that. The thumbnail shot, true. And that's episode 15. And then we get to 16, which is one of the best episodes in the arc. Maybe my second favorite? I think this might be my second favorite in the arc. And again, consistently lurking in the foreground, these butterflies. Never letting us forget that. The number 44 is also considered an extremely unlucky number in Asian mythology, since the number 4 sounds so similar to death. Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. Which is interesting. I can't imagine that wasn't deliberate. So Hisoka ends up tracking them down. But Gon's thinking, stick to the plan. That's my only chance to get Hisoka's tag. And his friends are the bait, which is interesting. Which is my favorite. It might be 19. Sorry. I think 20 is my favorite. I think 20 is my favorite. Also, before you said Gareta had about 100 chances to get him, he says 7,000, which is insane. Yeah. I said hundreds. I couldn't remember the exact number, but 7,000? Goodness. This episode is peak Hunter x Hunter for me? Good. This is absolutely amazing, this episode. So yeah, he maintains this even when his friends are the bait, but then he kind of second guesses it later. And then Hisoka ends up confronting these two, asking them for their tag. They end up being quite smart, giving him an option, giving him tags, saying they'll defend themselves as you would expect. Leorio with his little butter knife. And then Hisoka ends up accepting this, primarily because Gon actually being willing to change the plan if Hisoka attacks them. And people say he is what? A selfish monster? Yeah, so I mean... actually, I shouldn't say that. I can't say that. But yeah, he thinks it at first and he goes, you know what? No. Yeah, I can't. I really can't. How's it going, Spirit Noodle? Don't worry about being late. No worries. There's always the VOD. And so yeah, they put it, and then Hisoka, again, a lot of that delaying gratification idea imbued in his character. He says they've grown so much, but they have so much to learn. So that keys you into why he lets them go free. But then at the same time, and then he says a great line here. Why must unripe fruit be so tantalizing? What a sicko. What a sicko. But nonetheless, he lets them go. And then... this is so great. This is so great. How the music amps up here. And then we get the crows. A freaky little poet. The horny tree scene. Yep, perfect name for it. He is a little poet. And the way this transitions and the music starts ramping up here. I can't show it, I can't play the music, but right there, the flick into the super textured version of Hisoka here. Bold lines, bold colors, stark contrast, and then Gon feels it. The birds escape, the birds fly away. And how do you establish mood better than this? Like, holy shit. No worries, Thomas. Thank you for contributing and sticking around, and glad you enjoyed. Hope you enjoy the rest of the series, but maybe by next week you'll be done the whole series. Amazing job capturing this. Yeah, amazing job. Beautifully adapted. Do you think he has a fetish for a good fighter just getting injured? No, no, no. He gets off on fighting strong opponents and beating them. Look at this. Like, good God, it looks great. Also, my favorite part of this, my favorite version of this, is Gon in the foreground, right here. Like, you can just see Gon right there, his leg. But yeah, I love this freak so much. Oh dear. And then, I mean, the way Gon flinches too, yes. Notably, he senses his bloodlust, which is another precursor to Nen. Beautiful. Beautiful how Togashi does that. Senses the bloodlust, uses Zetsu. They talk about auras, the examiners. Yeah. And then we have this. And then this aura. And then Gon starts thinking, I can sense his bloodlust, and he just does not want to be here more than anything. This is the first time that Gon sees a challenge and feels the need to back away just because of how strong it is. We have not seen that in Gon at all. He stood up to every challenge, 15 episodes in, every single challenge he stood up to. This is too much, and that illustrates the sheer gravity of this. And yet he doesn't. Yep. He says, my instincts are telling me to run away, but he doesn't. And then, I mean, this moment is a direct parallel to a moment with a certain man in glasses in a later arc. True. We just watched that, huh, Hannah? In terms of the aesthetics, the sketchy, bold contrast in the line work. Yeah. I must comment. This sicko. But how beautifully presented is this? Like, Jesus. And then we have this. We have these. Yeah, I took all these. I didn't show this one, I guess. Love the effect of the aura imbuing from his feet outwards. The voice acting from Daisuke Namikawa, excuse me, so good. I hope no one ever walks in on me watching a Hisoka scene. That has happened to me. I was watching it on the bus one day, and it was like, I think it might have been the Schwing, and someone saw me watching it. You gotta have no shame if you're a Hunter x Hunter fan. It's very risky. You want to talk about risky? I watched Kill La Kill like that. I watched Kakegurui at the gym and regretted it immediately. I still have to see that, but I know enough about it to understand why that's risky. I'm more brave than you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, and then we're not there yet. I did watch for some reason I decided that now is the time to watch Kill La Kill. Okay, and then Hisoka must calm it. He must calm it. It fades away, but he's like the scene fades away, but he's still feeling that. And like, look at this. Look how down bad this guy is. He just needs his fix, I guess. Hemotropic butterfly web. Gon sensing again, sensing the respective positions of everyone at this moment. Super perceptive, super intuitive again. You know, we're retreading the same ground, but again, it's just consistent. It's consistent for him. And then Hisoka notices his prey and goes at him. Like, look, holy shit. Yeah, it is a cool visual portrayal of that. Everything else just completely melts into the background, melts into black, and all that's there is gone. His prey, his prey, and his prey's prey. But yeah. This is the... Yeah, the scream. And then he chases after him. And then, but in the midst of that, Gon does it. He fishes in his button and gets it. And holy shit, he got it. Got to run away. Hisoka's absolutely totally stunned. Imagine someone like charging at you looking like that. I don't want to. And then the look after it being taken from him. I mean, again, that thrill. Yeah, when he looks... Yeah. Yep. His potential might be even greater than he assumed. But then Gon is taken out, hit by poison. This guy, I forget his name. Sarah said it earlier, but this is what we were talking about before. Why must unripe fruit be so tantalizing indeed? Gereta, thank you. And yeah, so he takes him, and then the juxtaposition of Gon's happiness at the simple task of taking the tag with the brutality only to be immediately undercut by someone doing an identical thing to him. Yeah. The predator becomes the prey. It's the thrill of the... Excuse me. It's the thrill of the hunt he seeks that makes him so interesting yet creepy at the same time. Yeah, and the way that hunter versus hunted, yeah. And the way in which that manifests in his role being completely dynamic throughout the whole series. Whoops. Okay. And then here is where Gon is thrust into the idea of his powerlessness, or the levels to this that there are. I have extra brain for the names of these characters. Thank you, because I don't. Thank you. What do you think of the 99 version? I think it's really good. The idea of hunting is so well established in these scenes. Great work by Togashi. Yeah. And then it's like, it's that meme, right? A little fish eaten by a bigger fish, eaten by an even bigger fish. That's like this. It is a fellow nerd. I was talking about it earlier. I think it foreshadows that, but I also think that it foreshadows, or directly alludes to Gon being ensnared in Hisoka's web, just in and of itself, you know. But yeah, it's brilliant. I love the butterflies. I gushed about the butterflies earlier on, so you can see that in the VOD if you're interested. But yeah, they're great. And then so yeah, Hisoka notes what he did, what Gon did, kills him for him. Leaves the badge with him, the tag with him, and that's what Gon takes huge issue with. He wants it to be victory the right way. Like, he doesn't consider this a victory. He just sees his own powerlessness. He sees this as charity. He feels pathetic. He feels pandered to. And do you watch Murphy Napier Hunter x Hunter videos? No, I don't. I don't know who that is. Sorry. And that powerlessness just eats away at him. And so he doesn't want the end result, which is what he's yearning for, if he comes about it the wrong way, which is so indicative of who he is. Oh, her videos are great. Cool. I didn't know who she was, but that's cool. Glad she's enjoying, hopefully enjoying. His previous encounter with Hisoka was about realizing strength is what he needs to meet Jing, and here he realizes just how far he is from being strong. Yes, so with regards to his overall goal, it's like counterproductive. It's skipping steps on the way to Jing, so he wants to do it what is in his eyes the proper way, which is becoming genuinely focused on his strength, becoming stronger, to then get to Jing. But doing this undercuts a lot of his path in that way. Okay, I gotcha. Cool. Hisoka also dehumanizes Gon here by saying that he is the one who determines whether he is worth respecting or not. Yeah. Where's the infamous line? He was my target. You owe me one now. And then his complete disgust with the idea of having to owe anyone anything. Hisoka doing a favor to Gon to reward his demonstration of his potential, coming right off the back of Hisoka cruelly refusing the dying wish of a man because Hisoka saw the extent of that potential. Yeah, the contrast there. That's true. That's true, Tommy Strong. We just saw the reverse of this. Him not granting someone that sort of wish because there was no fight there. Gon has the exact opposite of that. Gon shows the exact opposite of that, excuse me. Marinating his food, yeah. And then we have this line. Where is it? What is going on here? And I'll continue to keep you alive until you've grown worthy enough to be until you've grown enough to be worth killing. That is so raw. That is so raw. And I love the way it frames Hisoka towering over Gon in this way. Visually showing the difference in their stature, their power, their strength. Yeah, and then, also worth noting is that Gon should have been completely down and paralyzed that entire time. Because according to Gareta, but he's able to get up through sheer force of will to give the badge back to Hisoka. Very notable. May allude to an enhancer's recovery abilities or just be willpower. Or a bit of both, who knows. I feel like Hisoka down bad scene was more frighteningly done in 99. Yep. And I'll continue to keep you alive until you've grown enough to be worth killing. That is so raw. There is some sort of overlap in the writing between that and Kurapika's until my rage, I do not fear death. I fear only that my rage will fade over time. There's some sort of overlap there in the rawness of those lines. Okay, Jotaro, please stop with that. You bring it up yourself, and then you get upset at other people for doing it. Just enough of that, please. Again, wholesome vibes, please. Rewatching and finding the setups to some of my favorite moments in anime and manga is almost as hype as watching them themselves. Yeah, it's like the setup is as good. The setup is literally as good, to me at least. It's crazy, because these are all precursors to bigger moments in Heaven's Arena, for example. But them in and of themselves are just nearly as gratifying as the manifestation of them. I guess the end point. Okay, and then Gon again. This is what I was talking about here: ensnared in the trap, ensnared in the web. The power Ussie. What would Hisoka's reaction to Gon's rage form be? I don't think we want to see that. But here he comes up with I don't know. The first major, it's super chilling here. The first major stumbling block here. And what does he do in I don't know, in terms of I don't know. How do I articulate this? So, there's a very specific thing that people do when they come up to stumbling blocks or challenges that really push them back and make them the first confirmation that he isn't enough. That make them sort of rethink whether they are up for it, essentially. Basically, see you, Thanik. Thank you for participating. Hope you have a good day. So this is essentially someone realizing that, coming to like Shadow says there, the confrontation of the confirmation of the fact that he isn't good enough right now for what he wants to be, and so that's a huge blow for him. It's a huge blow for him, and so what do people do in response to that? When you feel this sort of powerlessness, you need to feel in control again. You need to feel authority again. You need to be able to do something that you can do to feel in control again, to feel like you do have that strength. So what I find so interesting is it's almost compensatory the way that Gon approaches this afterwards, because he goes and helps Leorio and Kurapika from their cave situation. He tries to help Leorio get his tags. He saves them, doing something that he knows he can do, obviously to help them, but also in direct response to this, to make himself feel that he is adequate again, that he's worthwhile again. It's such a human reaction. Like when I was in college and I did awful on a test or something, I would go out and play sports with my friends and try to, or something like that, and try to beat their asses to try to feel like I was in control of something. Or I would make a video because I knew I was good at that, and feel, this is compensation to me feeling inadequate in some other area of my life. That's what I see as what Gon is doing here. That's what I see going on in Gon's psychology here. It's just the precedent in Gon's mind for how to cope with feeling worthless. Yeah, that compensatory reaction, right? A huge roadblock, the frustration being from loss and being faced with one's own powerlessness. For Gon, that strength is what he values in himself on. So to be hit down like this leaves him wanting connection afterwards. Yeah. He voices this to Kurapika. Yeah. I would never fail a test, but if I just did badly, But yeah, that's episode 16. One of the peak episodes, in my opinion. And then episode 17. I think there's less comparatively to say about this one. The inherent ego of man wanting to be the big wolf. What's that from, Jotaro? Escapes my mind. But yeah, I don't have as much to say about this, but I mean, Killua, it shows his confidence is not misplaced at all here. Completely dismantles these guys. Killua badassery time, yep. Killua was flexing hard in this episode. Love how he tricked Hanzo into showing his self-awareness. Yeah, like, also this. Love this face. Okay, you weren't. I thought you were quoting something specific. And then yeah, I mean, the unassuming look on Killua's face here. I really don't have much to add, but it's very Killua. It tells us a lot of things that we had gotten already through subtext and text, but it's just fun. It's just fun. I say that as he's pointing razor sharp claws at someone's neck. The casual kick of the legs. They are 4 phases into the exam and realize now that Killua might not be some ordinary kid. Yeah. Another example of tunnel vision. When it comes to Gon, it's 100... Oh, you're talking to Jotaro. Gotcha. But yeah, he gets a couple of cards. A couple of tags. He does his job. He's just strolling through this exam, and I love the sheer contrast between how Killua is strolling through this part of the exam and how Gon is struggling. To an extent, Leorio struggles. He has a much easier task than either the two, especially Gon. But nonetheless, the contrast, I think, tells a bit of a story on its own when it comes to his power and strength. But yeah, pretty cool. And then yeah, right here is what I think Sarah was talking about. Or sorry, who said it? Sorry, JT was talking about. Yeah, Killua just steamrolls. I like Hanzo a lot. Or Hanzo a lot. Killua is sneaky. Yes, is that? Yeah. So the Trap in the Hole, you just remind me that I had to check the title. Trap in the Hole is this one. Hanzo, just like the brothers, did underestimate him. Yeah. And then they continue to search. Gon finds them. That compensatory reaction sort of thing I was talking about earlier. But again, have to emphasize, it's not pure self-interest on the part of Gon. He just wants to help his friends. He also just wants to help them, obviously. Hanzo is somehow a Chunobu, even though he's actually a ninja. Still how low-key goated is Hanzo that he could find replacement tags on such short notice. Like, that is no... Yeah, true. Again, they play him for comedy in that way, in that scene we just saw, and in him getting third. But third is a hell of an achievement, and Hanzo is, he's no slouch at all. It's crazy to think some of these less important characters are still used in the latest chapters. Yeah. We'll talk about that later on. And then Gon is able to use his scent here. Again, just going back to the base attributes that he has, being able to be useful for his friends, being able to show that he to compensate and counterbalance that powerlessness. Yeah, Hanzo was highest rated. Yep. Absolutely. Well-rounded, perceptive, intelligent, in certain ways. If not all of them, but, perceptive in certain ways as well, even though if he wasn't perceptive of Killua. Super strong. Would Hanzo have beat Killua? I don't know if Hanzo... I'm so bad at power scaling, guys. I have no idea. I don't know if he would have beat him. But... I have a feeling he wouldn't have. But I don't know. I'm basing that off nothing. I don't know how to power scale. Yeah, he finds solace. He finds absolute solace here. You can see the peace. You can kind of see the peace in his eyes here. Oh yeah, you're right. Killua put Hanzo above himself, true. But I think that was just pure strength. And like Killua said there, or like they say throughout the series, it's not just pure strength and power. There's multiple things that go into a fight. So I think overall, I still feel overall that Killua would have beat him, but that's basing it off of very little. Yeah, Hanzo is stronger, Killua better at killing, yeah. Anyway. And look, the boy is helping. The boy is feeling better about himself. And then, yeah, I actually have very little to say about this episode. Leorio needs to get his tag. He knows Ponzu's in here, but Ponzu has... Sarah, maybe you can come in clutch with the name of the snake guy. Snake's attacking if anyone wants to... Bourbon. Yeah, Bourbon. Bourbon? However they pronounce it. Yes, thank you guys. Snake's attacking if anyone wants to go near the cave or near Bourbon's body, even after he's dead, is a testament to the relationship he and his animals have had, but also Nem persisting after death? Yep. Another seed planted. Another instance of hunters and their affinity to animals. And what I love here is that, so Leorio is a big penchant of pride. We see that pride in him when he has to fight. He feels the need to fight Hisoka. That is an early seed, yep. And we see it again here. He's like, thank you so much for doing all you've done for me, but I need to do this on my own. Also for him to feel like he's achieved things on his own as well. Because he does feel bits of inadequacy at the same time, like we've talked about. So he goes into this cave alone. And what is noted here is that, he can't leave the cave. And I think it's pointed out to him that the snakes will attack him or something, or that it's really stupid for him to yell out to his friends or make huge amounts of noise or try to escape the cave, but he nonetheless tries to go out of the cave and warn Kurapika and Gon about, love the bit of Ponzu showcase here. Yeah, me too. But he nonetheless warns them, at risk of himself, at risk of his own health, he warns them. And that's what gets the snakes to attack him in the end. But yeah, I like the bits we get of Ponzu too. She's very, she herself is very perceptive and intelligent. She herself is no slouch as well. I think he knew he wouldn't do much there, but his pride wouldn't let him ask for help on the spot. Yeah, well, he didn't really know what he was coming up against, right? So I don't know, maybe. I like her character design too. Yeah, and then they come in, and he's covered in these bites. Baka. Bits of censorship as well. Gon starts sucking it out of him. And then, yeah, they're stuck. They come up to the realization that he set this trap, Nen after death, and things are not doing too well. I generally like the visual. I generally like the visual direction in the cave. It's well lit. It's dramatic. It's framed pretty well. Ponzu's cute. Can't believe Pakal is the one who got her in the end. That should have been me. She is cute. What happens at the end of the scene is the cave scenario is a perfect setup of the sheer insanity Gon freaks can attain. Yeah. Again, he's been doing it consistently, and he continues to do it at the end here. But yeah, he's dead, Nen after death. Not good. This ain't good. And Gon, big think. How's he gonna combat this? Yeah, this is one of the ones that one of my least favorite episodes, I think, in the first arc. One of the things with the least amount to talk about, but it's still, even though one of my least favorite in the arc is still deeply enjoyable. Lots of little bits of characterization to glean from it. Lots of bits to glean from Gon's reaction. Yeah, it does lots of little touches here. Ponzu not wanting to trust Gon, and Kurapika just being like, he literally jumped into a nest of snakes for someone else's sake. Yeah. This OST is Hothead Bop from Donkey Kong Country 2. And we only got just a couple more episodes, well, I guess 4, I think, more until we're done the arc. So yeah, we'll finish the arc today. Then I'll do my tier list for the arc, self-contained, for anyone who wants to do bets, I guess. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. And then the neurotoxic bees, anaphylactic shock. How would we even bet on that? I'm doing a character ranking and a tier list for the episodes. I don't know how we do it for the episodes, but we shall see. Princess Tutu, you got it, Dexid. I'll watch the first episode sometime soon. How are you going to cover the Zoldyck family arc? What do you mean, Xenon? Yeah, the Donkey Kong Country games are really good. These early episodes are so easy to binge. I remember watching this whole arc in like 2 sittings, which I never do. They're super easy to binge. Oh, and I got a chapter of One Piece. Okay, I'll keep that on the back burner as well. Gotcha, Green Fool. The Zoldyck family arc is actually 4 episodes. So yeah, we'll cover it easily. We'll cover it and a decent amount of Heaven's Arena as well next stream. See ya, Introverted. Yeah, I just answered that, I guess, Xenon. We're doing it with Heaven's Arena. But what I like here is, again, another example of Togashi adding these little details that may never come up again. Who knows how significant they were? They seem very minor. but they're important in this moment, and he delves into them in great depth. So here we have talking about neurotoxic, the neurotoxic bees, the nature of their poison. It's just extraneous details that anaphylactic shock, just tidbits of knowledge that help enrich the world. Little details, that don't really need to be there. We get the situation, but it just adds nuance and depth to it, and it's cool. I appreciate that. Were you able to make note of the mark? Yeah, I made note of it for sure, Guest. I haven't been able to watch yet, but I will. I've been very busy. This weekend was so busy for me. But I will get to it for sure. Captain America, right? The first one? One aspect of Hunter x Hunter is how it always manages to ground all of the off-the-wall concepts in logic and reasoning. Super cool stuff. Yeah, Togashi has been doing research moments. Yeah. So yeah, sleeping gas. Bourbon was sound asleep. She killed him, but most of the snakes came up. It was the trap. Yeah, and that's why they're in this situation here. They make note of the fact that if someone isn't returned by the deadline, there are tracking devices and GPS on their tags. They come to collect them, so that's what they should be waiting for right now. Ponzu completely accepts defeat. How's it going, Sebastian? Good afternoon. Hope your day's been okay so far. Araki from JoJo's does this. JoJo does this. Yeah, I get that too. I get that from him too. Going super into extraneous details. It is unreal, JT. The whole cave-in antidote scene showcases again how reckless Gon can be, not only for his friend's safety but for himself. To build up this self-esteem again. He only does this when the odds are in his favor. He has some big expectations for the people around him to either help him out, or like in this situation, it made sense for Bourbon to have the anti-venom on him. His recklessness is never completely thoughtless. Yeah, he's working from what he knows, right? He's working from finely tuned intuition from what he's gathered, excuse the voice crack, gathered on the island. Glad to hear it, Guest. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad. And so yeah, he does this with great face from Ponzu, by the way. Great basis in knowledge. Great confidence in his knowledge. And yeah, he gets the antidote. But then to escape, he needs to carry literally all of them on his back. And of course, Gon can breathe in deeply and hold his breath for forever. Of course he can. And there we go. He uses his head much more than people give him credit for. He is not stupid in... Well, okay, he's self-admittedly stupid in certain aspects of life, but for the vast majority, he's not. He's very clever in a lot of ways. Very knowledgeable as well. And there's a key distinction between being clever and being knowledgeable, and Gon can be both. Yeah. So yeah. You keep bees up there? True. And then he takes the tag from Ponzu. So this is payment for me helping you. There you go. She had, after all, accepted defeat. So why not? And then the little sticks out his tongue. Consider it the fee for carrying you out of there. Gon is sneaky. Everyone being sneaky, yeah. Okay. So this phase is done. What was this? Phase 4? I think this is phase 4. And everyone checks in. Everyone's got their tags. They all pass. And look at Leorio. Phase 4 is done, yeah. And then we have Killua happy because Gon is done. Very cute. His stupidity is more his childhood innocence, but he's also intelligent in a way that children can only be. That very simple purity, right? Only 9 applicants left, and 6 of them are rookies. True. Tompa did not do his job this year. Tompa did not do his job this year at all. It was a bit of a generation of miracles, but nonetheless. And they pass it. So 6 of the 9 are rookies, like Netero says right there. Tomba definitely fumbled. A whole bunch of promising newbies. Okay, so Netsudo says he's going to have a rather peculiar fight. And then here is something we were talking about before about Leorio. Feeling pathetic, feeling down on himself because he feels like everyone's had to compensate for him during the fourth phase. Again, he feels bits of inadequacy. He is self-aware. He understands. The god Tompa lost, he did. He got washed. A monster generation, true. Nice one, Darkside. I wonder how much Tompa has actually affected the rookie pass numbers for the last 35 years. It's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, I didn't mention it. I didn't explicitly spell it out because that's a point in my morality video. So I figured people know that about me. But yeah, Gon taking Ponzu's badge when she's knocked out, another example of his morality. Again, not to say that's a bad thing. Not to say that Gon is heinous for taking her badge. And like I said, she had admitted defeat anyway. She had accepted that she would lose the Hunter exam. That she would have to take it next year. So it's not an awful thing of him to do. Never heard of it. So it's not an awful thing for him to do, but it is nonetheless very self-serving with regards to the whole group, to help Leorio out, to help his friend out. Thank you for the follow, Andre Co. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, as one would say he should, it's totally understandable that he thinks this way, but nonetheless very noteworthy. Okay, and then we have this. The applicants are interviewed with these questions, and this is so interesting. These are so interesting, these answers. We talked about Ponzu briefly, yeah. I didn't have too much to say about her, Davinator. Not perfect, but self-centered, yeah. Again, pragmatic. The way that you kind of have to be in this world, right? This is fun for power scaling, guys. Yeah. Sorry, forgive me, taking a little bite of a dried mango. I'm a little hungry. So yeah, the answers to these questions are super... Oh, don't make that... I know exactly what you're thinking of, making a joke about Davinator. Do not do that. And then, yeah. Hold on, sorry. So Hisoka, what I love about this is he asked him, who are you most interested, whatever? Or who would you least want to fight? And then I says, I should mention that the one I want to fight most at this moment is you. And... is you. Super threatening aura. How does Netsudo respond? Oh, yeah. Okay, nice. Alright. That's cool. I love it. So unassuming, so casual. Tells you quite a bit about Netsudo. About either his interest in fighting or perhaps his power level in comparison. But yeah, so why do you want to become a hunter? I'm not interested, but hunters usually can't be punished when they kill someone. And that is a draw for Hisoka. Anyone you keeping an eye on? 99? Ah, and 405. But I would love to take him on one day. 405 was gone? No, is gone 405? No, who's 405? Which one is 405? Because yeah, gone is 99. Wait, no. Okay, sorry, I just had a mini meltdown. 405 is gone. Killua is 99. Okay, got it. So yeah, we already knew all this stuff about Hisoka. But nonetheless, interesting to see him spell it all out, and honestly, at that. And also interesting that he's keeping an eye on 99. Because I find it that he's so fixated on Gon, And it seems to be a lot, again, that idea of conviction and purpose that he sees in him. Like he says notably, those eyes, right? But he's also keeping an eye on 99, perhaps in the hopes that Killua could one day develop that sort of purpose and conviction in some way. That's true, Darkseid. Netsuro's design early on is definitely different than it is later. Netsudo acting unfazed here also says a lot. He isn't at all surprised by the questionable answers given by potential new members of his organization. This plays so well into his role as a bodhisattva, a man who... Oh, what is this? He acknowledges and accepts the darkness of the human spirit and wishes to take them under his wing for a better world regardless. Not sure if I'd agree with that last part, but yeah, super well thought out as usual, Sebastian. What I like the most about that is the accepting of the light and darkness, like completely accepting of it, which is important. What makes Hisoka so terrifying isn't his abilities, but how he uses them in creative ways that throws the audience and the opponents off. Does Hisoka genuinely believe he could beat Netsudo? I don't know if he believes that he could beat him, but he would sure as hell love to try. Hisoka has my favorite Nen ability. Kurapika's is my favorite personally. Then Crollo's, then maybe Hisoka's. I don't know. Sorry, then Crollo's, then Netsudo, then maybe Hisoka. There's a lot of great ones. He just wants to fight him, yeah. He just wants to give it a try. A person too able to read Nirvana but delays... Yeah. Yep. He does care about winning, though. He does care about beating people down. Because, like, notably, we're jumping ahead to Heaven's Arena a little bit. I think it's okay. One of the things he says there is, I cannot wait to crush you, to Gon. I can't wait to, like, if we're talking about Hisoka, I think he loves to face strong opponents, but just as much as that, he also loves to win. But in this case, like, he just wants to try it out and then see, maybe I can win, maybe not. Let's just try it out. And then maybe maneuvering ways to train or change his tactics to win. You know? Yeah, love to be cornered and then overcome the situation and regain control. Loves to extinguish and crush people's potential. It fits in well with the simplicity of early Hunter x Hunter, while still growing in complexity alongside the series, purely through Hisoka's ingenuity with it. Yeah, that constantly flexible, elastic, wink wink, role of Hisoka's. There's ingenuity in his character design the entire way through. Character role. The greatest pleasure comes from bringing people to his knees. Yeah. So it's a mix of both. Great song. The background music was the prestigious mask from Nier Replicant, Helios. And then he questions Pockle. We get an insight into Pockle's mentality through saying, you know what, I don't think I can beat Hisoka. I don't think I can do it. So I don't want to fight him. He was watching out for Kurapika because he looks balanced. He doesn't want to fight Hisoka. Pockle's a little bit of an everyman, I guess you could say. Have you considered doing a Mike video? You mean from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, Tom Diddy? Oh, does it really, Safwa? Does it really have it? Hisoka's sexually attracted to power. Snow Bunny. He's sexually attracted to power and the potential of a good fight. Yeah, no, I haven't really thought about making a Mike video, Tom Diddy. Mike. Hey, Basim, how are you? Yeah, Killua has no chill towards Paul during this phase. But yeah, we have that. And then I love this. Yeah, like you said, I don't want to fight 53 because he's boring. It wouldn't be an interesting fight. And he's looking out for Gon because we're the same age. Interesting. Also here. Bodoro, I think his name is. Did I get at least one minor character right? He has his eye in 44, but he will not fight number 405 and 99 because they're still children. Nice, I got one. Which is kind of wholesome. He didn't want to fight them at all because they're still children. The irony of that, though, yup, yup, big irony. And then Gitarakur. Who are you looking out for? Number 99. Wonder why this guy's looking out for number 99. He doesn't want to fight Killua. Yeah, you got a big storm coming. And then, so I wonder why he didn't want to fight 99. Talking about Breaking Bad, I watched your new video yesterday. It legit made me tear up a little. Walt is such a great character. Thank you, guest. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. I'm very proud of it. I think it's really good. So, glad you enjoyed. And then, doesn't want to fight 44. Yeah, weird for this random guy to be looking out for Killua. Weird. I've seen dozens of reactions, and it's weird to me how nobody ponders all the hints regarding Illumi. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I certainly was wondering what the hell this guy's deal was. Like, his relation to Killua, his relation to Hisoka. There are definitely tons of seeds planted there. So it's interesting. I don't watch too many Hunter x Hunter reactions, so I guess I'm not in tune with that side of the community. So I didn't know that, but it's interesting that they don't ponder that. Same clothes, yep. Yeah, I've seen Blind Wave's reactions to Hunter x Hunter. Those are fun. Who am I watching out for? Hisoka, obviously. And he doesn't want to fight any of them. Yeah. This interview is a great way of efficiency, snapshotting a lot of the character personalities and what they gravitate towards and gravitate away from. Like, we get very distinct, real characterization for all of them just through their answers. One of my favorites, I think excuse me, my favorite actually. So Hanzo is looking out for Hisoka, and he's the one he's lead wants to fight. My favorite is Kurapika's. His answer here. I'm watching 405 for positive reasons, 44 for negative reasons. If I'm given ample reason, I'll fight anyone. If not, I would prefer not to fight anyone. I love that answer. Yeah, microcosm of each character. If I'm given ample reason, I'll fight anyone, such as his resolve, such as his conviction. But if not, I prefer not to fight anyone. It's like the two sides of Kurapika, right? He has this resolve and conviction and this goal, this self-imposed goal he needs to carry out, which is his first answer there. But, But at the same time, he prefers not to fight anyone, which keys you in directly into the type of person he is. This fighting is not him, but if given reason, he'll do it anyway. Thank you for the follow, the fattest Thor. Yeah, Quicksilver. I love Kurapika's fit and how it shifts throughout the story based on the situation. Someone earlier was saying they didn't like it. Fighting is a means to an end. Yeah, I love this answer. You think Kurapika would restrain from himself if he knew Hisoka was a supposed spider? I think there would be a lot of permutations and variables around that. But instinct tells me he'd just go into a blind rage. Well, I don't know. That's a huge hypothetical. It's hard to say. It's hard for me to say. See you, Dragonite. Anyways, and then he owes Gon, and he hopes that he passes the exam. So he's hoping he doesn't have to fight him. I love that. I absolutely love that. I've always found it a bit odd that he didn't say the same about Kurapika, though. Because I think Kurapika fits into that mold as well. I guess Gon has more overtly saved him more recently. But Kurapika was a huge influence as well. I always found that a bit odd for some reason. Clarifies how his resolve and desire for vengeance is antithetical to his character. Exactly, yeah. The clear contrasting duality. Big Flex, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Maybe he could only list one person. Gon listed 3. 3 for 1. Oh, but he's gone. Bodoro answered 2 people. He said they're children when he said Gon and Killua. Anyway. Okay, and then we get to Netsudo Trollface, because he has this crazy, insane-ass bracket, which we'll get into in the next episode. They think he's off the chain, he's kind of insane. Winning will make them hunters. Just wants to pick up the fight again, and they had to stop in episode 1 to help Katsuo. That they had to stop. Yeah. And I love this scene. I adore this scene so much. Internalization for Gon. We're on episode. This is 18. Internalization for Gon. Whoa. What the hell just happened here? Goodness gracious. My computer just did something weird. He wants a second go. True. Yeah, it's beautiful because it taps into that nature of Gon. The way he feels in response to that powerlessness, how frustrating it made him feel, and also it just looks beautiful. I think I might have some shots of it here. Oh yeah, it just looks beautiful, right? It just looks great. It's beautifully colored, beautifully illustrated, beautifully expressive. Gon's reaction there, Kurapika's reaction in response, receptive and sympathetic, yet very serious, very in character. And then he just says, I never realized how frustrating it could be to feel this weakness, and doesn't really know how to handle it. It's, and he pours his heart out here, and Kurapika can sense there's something wrong from the beginning. I sense something from you, Gon. Like, what's going on here? I don't know. I love it. I love all this. And the music is really good, too. I'll only take it out back when you're able to punch me in the face just like that. And yeah, he couldn't do anything to... Yeah, I couldn't do anything against him. Similar to a scene later, for sure. The way he hunches his shoulders there, it's a very little detail, but the way he hunches his shoulders there, as he's crying, is just a beautiful little human detail that really kind of makes me feel like this guy is just he's a kid. He's a child. He's crying so much his whole body he has to put his whole body into it almost. I don't know. I really like how before we had a similar scene with Killua and Gon. There was though it was painted in blue at night, and for Gone is painted in sunlight, almost as if there's a sunrise. The sun rises on his career as a hunter. Hope. Thank you for the sub, Fiji. If you want to put that towards any of the goals, please let me know. Really appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. I can't wait either. Goat intro arc? Amazing arc. Amazing introduction. I feel like these discussions will make me appreciate the little moments even more when I rewatch. Makes me feel like I'm not crazy for also liking the stuff like this and not reading too much into it. Oh yeah. All these details are definitely deliberate and intentional. It's super... Everything's... Seeds all over the place. I've been talking about seeds like I'm a damn gardener. Togashi's the gardener. They're all over the place. It's so important to me that characters express a wide range of emotions to be believable. This scene was the first time I thought, this little guy's about to become one of my favorite protagonists of all time. It's so hard to not feel for him. To feel for him and want more for him. And yet at the same time be a little concerned for him. But Killua is able to... And then Gon says what I was talking about before. I felt so helpless, I wanted company. And then love this animation here. The little details, right? Look at what he does with his hands here. I wanted to help someone, I guess. Just like little touches there as he's kind of fumbling around. What did I want to do? I guess I just wanted to help someone, to feel less powerless than I was before. To feel like I was contributing to something, to help my friends. Thank you, Fiji. I'll put it towards the Berserk video. Once you're done rewatching, I need to know how many places Gon moved up. You will. I'll update the protag list. Thank you for the follow, Taikaha? It's a very good portrayal of how much of a blank canvas Gon discovery of hardship might have been foreign to this island kid. Yeah! It's the first time you really feel like he's come up to a challenge like this. But we progress, we move forward. Also love the framing here. Love the framing here as well. We move forward to the final phase. Blank canvas is a really beautiful way to describe Gon at first. He is, right? I mean, a blank canvas in the sense that, with regards to the way that in which he views, I guess, the world and challenges and conflicts and all that sort of thing. Obviously, he has a very distinct personality, but with regards to his journey and how he responds to these sorts of things is very much a blank canvas, because a lot of these things, despite growing up in an island where he's exposed to all sorts of nature and the wild, it nonetheless sheltered him a little bit. He's become pragmatic in a lot of ways in which he views the world and how to adapt to the hunter mentality, but there are also lots of things that he's naive about. It makes for an interesting canvas for him. I think it's so perfect that Kurapika is the one who talks to Gon about this too, considering the way the characters overlap. Yeah. I think he was, at this point in the story, he was the only one, not only the best one suitable for this, but the only one, really, for the job. Really important for his psyche, voicing his insecurities, letting it all out. Even if his conflict with Hisoka will continue on, just being able to voice his problems does wonders, and it shows the connection between Gon and Kurapika. What Kurapika represents to Gon, especially yeah. Yup. Yeah. It's a beautiful scene. One of my favorites. Okay, so three episodes left, I guess? We'll see if I can do all this before needing to go to the bathroom. I've been needing to go for a while, but we power through. We power through. So 3 left. Episode 19. One of my top 3 for sure in the arc. Maybe a second or third. Hard to tell for sure. Second or third. And so we get the bracket. So let's take a look at this bracket. Where do we get the full view? I have a picture of it. Here we go. So here. Yeah, 20 is just too good. 20 is my top one. Top one in the arc. Set up of the final phase is my favorite. The fact that the bracket is designed in a way that the loser advances and only one gets eliminated. The fact that the amount of chances characters get reflect their overall potential in Netero's eyes as hunters. How conviction matters above all else who move forward. Yes, that conviction is like that third abstract concept that Netero was talking about. And that is what he says is the most important aspect. I don't know if conviction is the word that he used. I think it was a different one, but nonetheless, you know what I'm talking about. That abstract something, je ne sais quoi, inside them. Yeah, this is just one last check. They're all pretty much qualified. So this is it. Gon and Hanzo, right at the top. They both have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chances to pass. Pockle. 1, 2, 3, 4 chances to pass. Killua, 3 chances. Probably marked against him with his the way he gave up, his lack of a purpose, like we were talking about earlier. Gitarakur, interesting, only 2 chances. Yeah, Illumi and Leorio ranked the same. With only 2 chances. Bodoro gets 3 chances. Kurapika gets 4 chances. Hisoka gets 4 chances. And that's what we got. Sounds good, Memblood. Enjoy school. We're almost done, but we do have some topics to cover as well. Killua lower than Pockle. That one does throw me for a loop. Interesting. Gitaraker did pretty much nothing instead of following instructions. I think that I would agree with that, Helios. I think it makes sense because knowing Illumi, knowing what his job is, why he was here in the first place, he's just here to get the job done and get out. Like, we saw him dig a hole after he got the job done in the 4th phase. I think that explains why he only has 2 chances here. It seems like he just did the bare minimum required of him. Yeah. Yeah, Killua must hate Pockle. He looks at it and he's like, do I have less potential than Gon? Holy shit, do I have less potential than this loser? Oh my goodness. But yeah. So, interesting. Love this bracket. Love all of this. Again, subversive. And not for the sake of subversion, for storytelling. There we go. And yeah, but it also plays into some of Netero's being a little twisted, because we get to a potential here, judging by their answers, because you can gauge a lot from Netero in this bracket. So, Killua said he doesn't want to fight Pockle because it wouldn't be very interesting. So Netero pretty much predicted that this would happen. What happens is Killua doesn't face Pockle, lets him have the win because he doesn't think it'll be interesting. I wouldn't put it past Netero to predict that, right? Yeah, exactly, Shadow, yeah. And put him against Illumi. Yes, exactly. He wanted to see him pushed and challenged. That's exactly what I was getting at. He formatted the bracket such that it would force Killua to go up against Illumi, knowing that this is Illumi. And Netero's kind of... you understand the logic there, but he is kind of twisted. Common theme in a lot of shonen hunger trumps all over intelligence. Yeah. General hunger. Yeah, I get that. Might have had more chances due to how everyone in the interview was terrified of him. Maybe. He has a chance to pit him against both the person he wants to fight the least and the person who wants to fight him the most. Yeah, off placement, yeah. It's clear why someone likes Netero so much. Yes, great God, NL. It makes me laugh thinking the way he laughs makes me think that he knew how some of this would play out. Very much kindred spirits in that way. Yeah. But you know what's interesting is that he very much respects the wishes of Bodoro. Opposite side of the bracket as the kids. He puts Pockle at the opposite side of the bracket as the guy he wanted to face. He respects Leorio's decision and puts him at the opposite side of the bracket as Gon, who he said, I do not want to face him at all. And notably separates Hisoka from the two people he was most interested in. It's cool. There's a bit, you can see some sadism in there, and you can also see some respect for certain convictions in there as well. It's made extremely intelligently. It indirectly characterizes Netero in such an interesting way. Oh, true, yeah. He would probably have just immediately given up against the kids. True. Good point. Anyways, amazing bracket. Amazing storytelling tool. Physical strength, mental strength, and overall impression. That's what he said. And then here, this is where we get this. As he describes the process, and then we have Killua saying here, based on performance, I should be ranked higher. And great expression here. Peak comedy. Which part's peak comedy? I don't assume you're referring to this, Shadow. Yeah, and then love this shot. That isolation. That vast expanse ahead of him, the loneliness. When Killua asks, when Netero, when Netero says, no! Yep. Yeah, love this. Let me move my camera for a sec. Can you tell us the process? No! Measurable criteria, whatever the fuck we want. Yeah. But yes. So then we get this bit of inferiority complex, this bit of comparing himself to Gon. Do I have less potential than him? Yeah, the pause is so good. Yeah, in his mind, Killua is genuinely confused when everyone's laughing. What could be so funny here? Yeah, we'll get to that for sure. And he was really insulted. It literally made him reflect on everything. Do I have less potential than Gon? Why? I'm stronger than him, or am I not? But then we get into it properly. And then Hanzo says here, I love this. You were shadowing me through the 4th phase, right? You must have given me good reviews. Thank you. You have my thanks. The outcome was never in doubt. And then I love this. Like, Karabi goes, Gon says, I had no idea. Then Kurapika says, Killua says, I obviously noticed. Kurapika says, oh yeah, I thought it wasn't worth mentioning. Leorio, yeah, of course. I noticed that too. This is where I knew he would turn into an all-time favorite. It's great. It's super great. 20 is where I knew he would turn into an all-time favorite. So I love this. Despite wanting to escape his previous life, he can't escape from the notion that strength defines one's self-worth. That's all he's been taught. That's all he can conceptualize as potential and worth. Why, despite the fact that Gon is weaker than him, he has the most potential? How can he change the mood of the room despite his situation? Yeah. I would be Leorio here. How the hell was I supposed to notice that? The fact that Gon was so easily aware of the guy following them up in episode 2, but not here, yeah, shows that he's still a novice. Yeah, for sure. And then we start. Put some distance between us. It's gearing up like, yeah, this is going to be a fight, some strategy, some tactics. But this is snuffed out right away. So this one of the best shots in the Hunter exam, in my opinion. Great use of white background. And then the shock with which we see in Gon's eyes here, how they're blanked out like that, lacking the depth, showing how everything's out of balance, how he's so, his brain's been knocked around in his head, like Hanzo says. Absolutely painful. Love how it's presented. It's extremely visceral, extremely powerful. It gets everything across that it needs to. You did well for a kid, and then that's it. And then Hisoka watching on. And yeah, he just got, to put it in context, he just got that comforting talk with Kurapika, and now gets hammered into him how he isn't good enough. But what's interesting is that Gon notes the criteria here. Is Gon ever discouraged throughout the series by his fight with Hanzo? I don't think he ever is, unless I'm forgetting something. Is Gon ever discouraged by that? Because the criteria here is admitting defeat. And with that, he doesn't lose. And so he doesn't really view this, at least not externally, he never really views this as a failure. It's amazing. It's a great, again, show of how Togashi writes these sorts of things. Right after the fight, he says he doesn't deserve the license. Does he directly say because of Hanzo, though? I always assumed that was because of Hisoka. Hisoka not in the tag stuff. Because what I'm trying to get at here is, can we discuss future spoilers here? Not explicitly. Like, so you can't say if someone dies or an explicit role, but you can hint at stuff if you can be kind of vague. It's because he didn't win the way he wanted to. Okay, yes. So yeah, it's a mix. So what I view it as is a mix of him not winning the way he wanted to, because he wanted to find a way that was satisfying for both of them, right? He gets very stubborn. We're skipping ahead a little bit, but he gets very stubborn. He says, no, I don't want to win like that. I want to win in a way that we can both be satisfied with. But that just isn't possible in this scenario. And so because of that, Gon was never going to be satisfied. He was given a victory by Hanzo once again. Okay, I don't think I conceptualize it that way exactly. But I get at the same time, I see where you're coming from. Interesting. It's such a great character moment. Yeah. They're gonna go ahead on a fight, and Hanzo literally knocks him down instantly. It respects the strength and difference between them, and between him and Hanzo. But the fact that he wins due to crazy conviction is perfect. He manages to flip the scenario on Hanzo. Subversion done well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just thinking in the back of my mind. Yeah, so I think I definitely, I mean, it's clear. He won in a way he wasn't satisfied with because he was given the victory. But at the same time, I don't think he is discouraged by the fact that Hanzo overpowered him so much. Maybe mainly due to the criteria? I don't know, that's how I think of it. That's how I think about it. The hit is the perfect reality check. It's immediately established. Yeah, the way it's the sound design too, it's like, pff, you did well for a kid. Like, bam, reality check. It's immediately established that the fight won't go the way he wants to. A big tonal shift, exactly, yeah. And Gon shifts it back. Yes. So let's go through it, right? Hanzo distinctly trained in the art of torture. I don't think it brings him down as badly as the Hisoka situation, but it's just another reminder of the reality that he isn't anywhere near good enough yet, and he needs to keep working on himself. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I do agree with that, yeah. Yeah, Gon rightfully won. He did. He doesn't view it that way, but given the criteria, given the victory and loss criteria, he won. And I think Netsudo saw that within him from the start, that he would never admit defeat. Like, Gon would... The criteria here was skewed in Gon's favor because of what you needed to do. It's super interesting. It's really interesting. This episode be like, we don't condone child abuse. We do, however, find it hilarious. And Netsudo doesn't mind at all, yeah. Netsudo foresaw this easily. And so what I love here, one of my favorite things about this is the reaction from Leorio and Kurapika. Kurapika holds him back. He says, Gon's gonna lose if you do this, blah, blah, blah. And so they're pained, but they're holding back. Which then, as we know, turns into Leorio saying, don't you dare fucking try to hold me back. I don't give a shit. I can't control myself anymore. And then to which Kurapika says, me hold you back. There's no need for you to worry about that at all. And his eyes turn red. He's shaking in rage. That always gets to me for some reason. Just how to portray the sheer bond they've established in such a... You guys are cruel, making me hydrate when I need to go to the bathroom. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. How to illustrate the bond they built up. All right. I mean, you guys made your bed. We're going to lie in it now. I need to go to the bathroom. We will continue in 2 minutes. But I need to finish them. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. Okay. Back on track. Here we go. Okay. So where were we? Oh yeah, so we were talking about Kurapika and Leorio? I didn't have... Thank you. I have very little water left. So we have their response, and then I really love it. So Hanzo continues beating on him. Satot's looking on, pretty telling glance there. Beautiful illustration here, by the way. Extremely visceral, extremely expressive. Yeah. It just got redeemed, God Lotus. And then in response, like, look at Leorio, like, holy shit. Yes, I do, Daminator. And then, like, oh man, just eyes popping out of his skull almost. And then stop you. There's no chance of that happening. I love it. But then you contrast that. I don't have a shot here with Killua, but then you contrast that with Killua, who's looking on, not really reacting negatively to Gon being beat. Just going like, this is how it goes. This is how it goes. And yeah, Twitch didn't notify me. That's weird. It's it is weird, antagonist. For some reason, Twitch didn't send out notifications today. That's why it's best to follow me on Twitter, in case that happens, because I always tweet it out. Like, but I mean, I stream the same day, the same time every day, so nothing's gonna change in that way. But yeah, I always rate messages that are too long for Twitch. But yeah, so Killua is looking on, and he's just like, kind of fueled by his inferiority complex a little bit by his resentment. Not viewing that from the same lens as them. How's it going, Hosoka? How are you? And yeah, like right here, very not overly concerned here. This isn't a battle to see who's stronger. It's to see who is willing to surrender first, which is pretty much Gon's whole philosophy. If he hasn't surrendered, he hasn't lost yet, even when he's on the brink of death. It's a total opposite to Killua's philosophy, which is why the fight and tonal shift during the fight confuses him so much. Gon's situation doesn't change from his perspective, since he is still fighting someone who outranks him. But Gon taking control of the pace and showing his determination is exactly what makes Hanzo admit defeat in the end. Yeah. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well as well. Thank you, Hosoka. Yeah. It's something... It's interesting because we have sequences of characters throughout the story who are unable to conceptualize things that are happening to them, unable to take it in and understand these sorts of things and comprehend them. And Gon will have that later on, but this is the turn for Killua to experience that. He just doesn't get it. It doesn't compute with him that this sort of momentum shift can happen as a result of what? Overall impression? Like, what does that even mean? What is Gon's value? What is his specific draw? Maybe why do I feel drawn to him? Like, he doesn't understand himself. Killua having Gon live rent-free because he doesn't understand why the weaker one is so highly rated and sticking around, which contrasts heavily against the teaching of his we learn later on. Yeah, it essentially just forms the foundations for lots of reversals, more seeds, right? Confused and curious, yes. I like that. They're both kind of looking into respective windows into other worlds that they maybe want to enter into. Maybe want to enter into, maybe want to be a part of. And Killua sees Gon, he's confused by him, yet intrigued by him, and like Illumi says, the light is too dazzling for him. And Gon sees Hisoka, he's confused by it, yet intrigued by it, all these sorts of things, and he wants to be part of that world for this overall goal. But yeah, anyway, it's just super cool. Illumi calling Gon light before Killua does. Gon's nature is smacking the crap out of Killua's nurture. And then I love this. look at Kurapika's smile there. Beautiful. So I don't have any. I have one. Okay, I have one water left. That's it. I had one drink left. And then so Hanzo's talking about all the ways in which he tortures, and then Killua gets. Oh, that's nothing to brag about. I'm curious about how those two parts of the sentence interact, Blaz. TW. Didn't care about him having his arm broken. I think he saw Gon as someone who would be willing to ignore his past sins and allow him to find redemption. Oh, no, I do understand. Never mind. I totally get it. I totally get what you mean. Yeah, I agree. He's super petty. He's super petty in this episode. And I think it's the root of it is Netsudo's damn bracket. That goddamn bracket. I love Hanzo's lines in this episode a lot. Are you willing to die for your pride? Is it something more important than your life? Yeah, Gon is not going out of here not passing. Yes. I love those lines too, because it's coming from a genuine place. Like Hanzo, there are semi-sadistic tinges to his character, but when all is said and done, you see that he's a pretty damn decent guy, and he's saying these things partly out of concern at the same time. Like, what's notable is he breaks Gon's arm, so that when it's reattached, it'll be cleaner and strong. He breaks it so cleanly so that when it's reattached, it'll be stronger than it was before. That's 100% intentional on his part, obviously. And it kind of shows you the type of person Hanzo is. He's willing to do these, what one would see as heinous things, but there is a heart underneath all of it, for sure. And notably, skipping ahead to episode 20, Hanzo guards Gon's room from Illumi when Illumi threatens to kill Gon. I'm going to find my dad, but I have the feeling that if I give up, now I'm never going to meet him. If he hadn't achieved what his dad achieved, will he be worthy to see him? Will he understand his father and his motivations for leaving if he doesn't experience what he has experienced? Yeah, it makes total sense, like what Sarah's talking about there, what Shadow's talking about there. It makes total sense. Like, if he gives up here, sure, he can try again next year, I guess, but it's like, what are the guarantees that you won't give up again next year? Like, there's no better time than the present to have the conviction now to move forward. Yeah, he won't have it in future conflicts, exactly, yeah. I totally agree, Eledan. If he was going to give up all that give up when all that was at stake is his life, then how would he face future bigger stakes? Yeah. Well, I'm glad you tuned in too, JT, and we're getting towards the end, so you can read some Attack on Titan once we're finished. Or, I mean, you could read it now, but why would you do that? We're getting into the best episode. And Gon sees that and never judges him for the fight. Just like what Hanzo brought up, there was no sign of hatred. Exactly, yes. No sign of hatred whatsoever. He gives a genuine goodbye to him. Right. Other times in the series where we see Gon having genuine hatred in his eyes, he attributes hatred. He saves hatred for things that are far different from the sorts of pure driven perseverance and conviction and desire that Hanzo has for his goal here. He reserves hatred for things that deserve hatred, and someone like Hanzo, definitely not. He's probably a good guy, yeah. And makes us want to see him succeed down the road if we ever see him again. Yeah. You know, he's a human, he's a multifaceted character, so there are some tinges to him that are a bit but at his heart, I think he's a good guy. There's no better time than now to have the conviction to move forward. You ought to put that on a t-shirt or mug or something. Did I actually say that? I didn't realize I phrased it in that way. Cool. That's a hell of a quote. If we ever see him again, true. They're both amazing. I didn't realize I phrased it in that way. That's so coherent. I didn't realize that it put it together like that. But yeah, and then, I love this. That's nothing to brag about. And then Hanzo's like, yes, look at me. Look at me. I can balance on 2 fingers and torture you. Ah, yes. This is great, isn't it? I'm trying to be nice. Yeah, admit defeat. Anyway. That sounds like it would come from a sportsman character. I mean, Hinata. Mark it as an AJ original if you want, sure. But then we get this. I love this so much. I love this so much. My head's clear a bit after the pain and that long explanation. Yeah! Kick him while he's down. Perfect. And then, yeah, Kurapika's smile there. Amazing. This isn't about to see who's stronger. It's about who's willing to surrender first. And then he goes, I let you kick me on purpose. Yeah, Kurapika's soft eyes. I love it. I am a sportsman. Nose bloodied. I let you kick me on purpose. What a dork. And then Leorio, liar! Here it comes. Here, I'll play it. I'll play it. Just so you hear Leorio. Sasuke! Sasuke! Oh man. Leorio is me. Anyway. I'll cut off your legs. And he tries to reestablish the situation in his favor. A permanent injury should help to wake you up. I'll ask you once more. And then Gon goes, wait, hold on a second. I won't accept that. I don't want my legs cut off. This is one of my favorite, unironically, one of my favorite lines in the entire series. I don't want my legs cut off, but I don't want to surrender. Yeah, even Netero didn't see it coming. Yep. The ultimate dilemma. I don't want my legs to be cut off, but I also don't want to surrender. Let's work together and find a solution for ourselves. Do you understand the situation? Great Hanzo face here. The man, the myth, the legend, Leorio Paradinite. The kid on the playground trying to make rules so he doesn't lose, yeah. And then they start laughing. You don't get to make demands. Besides, if you do that, I'll bleed to death and then you'll be disqualified. So we don't want that to happen. Oh yeah, he'd be disqualified. It's perfect. Yeah, the simple 1-2 logic. It's just, it cuts through everything. It cuts through everything and changes the mood completely. So let's think of a better way. God damn it. Yeah, and then Gon's got control completely. It's so unique for a main character, in my opinion. Interesting. Yeah. I can't really comment on how unique it is within the realms of shonen, but it definitely is striking. It's beautiful. But yeah, and then he gets complete control, and then Killua completely not understanding. Yeah, the floor. Yeah, look at the floor. Completely not understanding why the energy has shifted. Not getting it at all. He hasn't gotten stronger. He hasn't suddenly beat him, but the energy's completely changed. The brutal atmosphere, it's so much lighter. He made Hisoka and Illumi wholesomely laugh. True. True. To Luffy's blunt attitude. Yeah, I've heard similar things. Hisoka laughing, yeah. Again, that violent purple. Even when the exam gives us a direct conflict, it's shown that a physical fight is not always the resolution. And Killua, of course, is unable to understand it. Yeah, exactly. If I kill you here, I only need to try again next year. And then he's right. You can try and talk your way all out of this, but this isn't something you can neutralize on the spot. It all comes down to power. You can try again next year. You value your pride so much more than your own life. You're really willing to die for your pride, like Sarah mentioned earlier. I'm going to find my dad. If not now, then when? And this is where it takes a turn from humorous and very endearing and wholesome to genuinely kind of moving, at least for me. Direct parallel to the Genthru fight. Yeah, yep. I'm going to find my dad. My dad is a hunter, so I'm going to find him and become like him. No hatred whatsoever. I think that's part of the reason why they zoom in on the eyes here. As like the resolute nature of that, but also seeing what Hanzo's seeing. I have a feeling that if I give up now, I'll never find him. That's what we were talking about before, right? That's what we were talking about before. Yeah, it is. It does link up with the Genthru one quite well. We'll talk about that when we get to that one. I hope you guys remember. I hope I remember. But we need to draw parallels between the two. So I won't surrender. So simple, so pure, so true. Yeah. I will remember perfect. Gon was down in the dumps when his pride was hurt. He wears that pride in his sleeve, completely resolute. Yeah. And then he does it. He gives up. I win. I can't kill you. I can't make you surrender. And then Gon goes, I'm not satisfied, goddammit. I don't want to win like this. We talked about all this already. It's so good. This is such a great episode for Gon. I agree, Hosoka. I agree. This is so great for Gon. There's some great little bits for Netero, indirectly, like we were talking about before, for Killua, for bits for Leorio, Kurapika, but this is Gon's episode. Hanzo, obviously. This is Gon's episode. This is Gon front and center. His mentality at this point in the story, what he brings to the table, his conviction, his unrelenting need to pursue this dream, his own almost hypocritical sense of pride in a lot of ways. I don't know about hypocritical, but contradictory, I guess I would say, through the way that he didn't want to win like this. How he's so able to disarm people around him, like I've talked about before. It's so good. It's wonderful. The selfish stubbornness of the main character versus conviction. What do you mean, Togawa? But yeah, and then Hanzo says he's not gonna want to accept this. Like, please make sure that he accepts this and that he gets it. And then they say, yeah, don't worry, he's a hunter. He's a hunter. And then that's it for episode 19. Amazing episode. If I had to classify this in a tier, it would be like high S, maybe double S. It is super good. It's so good. Probably double S. What are we? Some kind of hunters? And then we get to here. Second to last episode now. Oh, and then I love this. The episode starts out here. This seems selfish because it's a hindrance to his friends rather than the typical drive. Seems selfish since it's a hindrance to his friends rather than the typical drive of conviction that comes with pride. That comes from pride, excuse me. Okay, I got you. I understand. The S tiers are going to be stacked. Until I find chaos? I mean, I guess, if you define Jing as chaos. Okay, yes. Episode 20, absolute peak. I don't have any water left, Air Mag. I'm sorry. I don't have any water left. I finished it. I have I have a little bit of tea. First time tuning into your stream. Pretty interesting and chill and entertaining talks with chat too. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you stopped by. Yeah, no, I understand you, Togawa. I just had to think about it for a second. And then we had this lovely, lovely segment. This looming figure above all, this overarching journey. So close he can almost reach out and touch him. But the minute he tries to, it crumbles from beneath him. Let's change the song. One clear parallel between these two episodes. Gon faces a physical barrier, while Killua faces a mental one. Gon refuses to surrender to the point of endangering himself, while Killua fails to even challenge himself. This is just like episode 7, another fantastic representation of what their arcs will be like. Yeah, Killua's barriers, well, what I was about to say was kind of spoilerish. But you're right. Killua faces a completely mental barrier. Completely. And Gon faces a completely... And Gon completely passes the mental barrier. Like, he fails in no way mentally. He is a mental champ. But physically, physically he doesn't match up at this moment. So it's an interesting contrast. Like, they're so diametric. It's poetic. But yeah, this dream sequence is so good. I think there's a difference between chaos and casting off one's responsibility. Jing is the latter. I think Jing is both, personally. I don't think it has to be mutually exclusive. I do agree there's a difference, but that doesn't mean it's mutually exclusive, to me, personally. Okay, take care, JT. Take care. I love how this shows how insecure he is about Jing. I appreciate this scene a lot more after reading Shadow's Thread. Shadow's Thread was great. Not enough people remember the dream. It shows very clearly that Gon feels insecure about not being able to be good enough to meet Jing. Yeah, that's why I think people might... A lot of times, there are a lot of scenes where Gon thinks of his strength and measuring up to Hisoka, and a lot of things that have to do with, like that, strength in general. And people think of Gon as this person who is so, I don't know. This is a mistake I've made myself before. Like, so fixated on fighting for fighting's sake. And he does enjoy it to an extent. Obviously, he does enjoy it. He does find a thrill from it. But it is such a huge part of that is it being contributory to his goal of finding Jing eventually. To his goal of meeting his dad and understanding him and reaching out to him. And he feels so insecure about it. It's something that drives his motives all the damn time. And this dream, I think, really sums it up really well. So a lot of times when Gon is doing these sorts of things and yearning for something, I think Jing, the factor of Jing is always, Jing himself is always a factor in his thoughts. It's a driving force, obviously. But that's easy to forget because of all these detours. Yeah, I get that as well, Darkside. I totally get what you mean. Freedom, pursuit of adventure and danger, finding challenges everywhere, and atypical morals. Netedo is more representative of humans as a whole. But yeah, the awesome scene. We have Gon wake up. We learn that, this is what we heard about Hanzo. Good guy Hanzo. Satot's telling him he passed. And then Gon's unique form of conviction here being that he will... What did he say? Yeah, a lot of people help me, so I'll take it. I'll use it, and then what he says is essentially, I'll use it... Or Satot's brings up the idea of you can use it when you feel ready to use it. Which we know is essentially he feels worthy of it when he pays back Hisoka. People are so fixated on Chimera Ant's Gon that they forget about the journey. Might have tendencies just like his father, but he ain't no Hisoka. Yeah, he's no. Actually, that's York new stuff. I can't say. I like this scene a lot too. I love the music here. I love the music. It's really good. I pointed it out earlier, but this exact line is something Gon says again at a much later time, and it's so good the way it circles back to this within the character arc. The one I was talking about before. Oh, a lot of people helped me reach this point. That one. I think that's what you mean. I like Satotes a lot as well. To reach Jing means to be strong, so he can. Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah. I get you. I get what you mean. And he can feel it slipping away from him because to him, he only sees value in himself if he's able to find Jing, to be strong enough. And of course, how that parallels with Killua's journey in the other direction. This part of the exam presents how their individual arcs might diverge later on. Yeah, I like Satotes a lot. I would have liked to see him a bit more, but I mean, the story goes how the story goes, right? Whatever's most natural. Hunter x Hunter has no less than 5 of my favorite endings to an arc. Wow. I mean, it would probably be the same with me if I were to count them, but yeah. Sato's bringing up that idea of working towards the greatness thrust upon him, regardless of how he feels about his failing success. Yeah. Almost like an overseer. Yeah. He says it twice more, once on Greed Island and at the end, but each time it feels different. Yes, I just watched that part in Greed Island. Or I think I'm about to. No, I'm about to, sorry. But so I love how it has different meanings each time, like you say, but it's consistently something that Gon draws attention to, meaning that it's a consistent factor in his character. Like, a lot about Gon is how he changes in some ways, some subtle, some more overt, but he also stays the same in a lot of ways as well. And I love that. I love how those two aspects of him interact, and you can see it through the way that the complexion of this line changes as we go on, but the fact that he says it doesn't, you know? I don't know. It's so cool. But who was the one failure? Who failed the exam? Killua. Oh, boy. So, he recaps what happened. Hanzo said that. Killua... Oh yeah, so Killua asked him, I'm sure you knew how to make Gon surrender without killing him. And then look at... I love Hisoka's little glance there, little side glance there. Let me move my thing. I really love that. And also look at Gitarakur. Look at Illumi. What's important now is what you accomplish once you become a hunter. I love how through that and later when Satots tells Gon about Jing, we get to see what Satots' definition of a hunter is and adds another layer to it for us as a viewer. Yeah, who is the Illumi? Sorry, I meant Gitarakur. You could say that for every frame, Quicksilver. Yeah, and then we already talked about this. When I use torture, I expect them to hate me for the rest of my life. It's difficult to suppress their hate and rage, but he had no hate within him. He had no hate within him. This is The Witcher 3, Earnings of Yard, The Yearnings of Ard. It plays in Skellige. But yeah, he had no hatred. His eyes had forgotten about that. And Killua was just... I guess you could say he won me over. Again, that ability of Gon to disarm his opponents in that way. It's... And yes, this episode is where we hear it. You heard something similar to it from another series. It's actually not composed specifically for The Witcher. It is an exclusive to The Witcher, so it might have been the same song. Shadow. This is the episode where we first hear the Zoldyck theme, and what an episode to put it in. What an episode. And Killua's theme as well. But yeah, Gon's consistent ability to win over his opponents, to disarm them with that purity, honesty and bluntness, yeah, super endearing. The shot of Killua covered in blood is so striking and sad. Yes, it is. It is one of the most striking and enduring images of the series for me. Ginpatsu no Shonen. Yes, I have it here actually. Let's find it. Oh no! It's not the correct name. Hold on. I'll find it. Somewhere. Oh no. Oh, okay, there we go. But we'll play this too. Okay, and then we have here we have the tournament continued, the bracket continuing. Hisoka telling him, as we know now, the stuff about the Phantom Troop, the stuff about the York New Auction, everything. And then he surrenders. Very Hisoka, very Hisoka-esque. Kind of love it. Also like how I like the space here. I don't have much to say about it from a storytelling perspective. I just like how it looks. Yeah. So what I love here. Something I love about Togashi is at any given point there is a good chance that there are at least one if not two, parallel threads going, hooks for future arcs. So, for example, at this point in the story, after this episode, they obviously want to save Killua, but so that's the hook for the next arc. But at the same time, Hisoka plays a role in planting the seed for York New way down the line. And then when we get to minor spoilers, but it doesn't say much. But then when we get to Whale Island, we bring forth the idea of Greed Island, of the Greed Island arc, through what Gon and Killua discover, and then so that goes ahead. But York New is next. It's so cool. It's just it layers these seeds to give you multiple hooks for arcs that are upcoming, and it's not just this arc, you know. The director knew what he was doing when he played this track on both scenes where Gon and Killua are at their lowest point in this arc. Yeah. The only other anime I've seen that does this is One Piece. Interesting. But yeah, sorry, I was rambling a little, and then yeah, I lose. Kurapika's face says quite a bit there. Hanzo against Pakul. Pakul loses immediately, like we were talking about. Pakul is the everyman, really. The transitions between arcs are beyond seamless. It always feels like we're making natural progress. Yeah, I totally agree. Heaven's Arena in the anime, actually, in particular, is one of my favorite examples of a transitionary arc. It does so many little things. We'll talk about it when we get there, but it is a masterclass in transitioning, mechanical storytelling. Their whole dialogue in my notes, yeah. One Piece does it so well. That's cool. I look forward to that, depending on how much of it I read. I've got one in the backlog, one chapter. And then, yeah, Badora refuses to give up. Hisoka whispers something to him, which makes him surrender. Like someone was saying earlier, I really wonder what he whispered to him. Can these transitions be considered as complements to Hunter x Hunter's world building? Yeah. I mean, it's all very cohesive and integrative. I think world building a part of it too. I've seen one theory I like about this. What have you heard? Greed Island is an expansion pack. Yeah, I love that too. That Hisoka tells him if he doesn't give up. I was literally just thinking about that, because that's the main trait we have about Badoro, right? About kids, that he will kill the kids. That's the only thing I can really think of, because that's the main trait we have about him. In which case, if that is the case, it adds quite a bit of a decent amount of emotion and substance to Bordoro, only to be killed by one in the end. R.I.P. It does make it sadder. It does, yeah. And then Killua leaves Pakal alone. Leorio requests that the 6th match be postponed because Bordoro was in bad shape. Because Leorio is too good for this world. Also, Illumi and Bisky sort of parallels in terms of what they say to Killua. Yeah, we won't dwell too much on that. But yeah, I totally know what you mean, Sarah. So yeah, and then we have this here. Main conflict here. And then there is a shot. This shot. Wow. You have the ominous shadowing, the violent purple lighting, and then the way he towers over him in this way. This is the first. He really makes Killua feel small, super small. The power dynamic, exactly. The power dynamic of Illumi, of his family, of his upbringing that it has over him. I love this shot. And shadowing it is a brilliant touch. It's super ominous. Yeah, exactly, Quicksilver. And then, yep, we have one of the best antagonists here. And then we get into the scene in actuality. I heard that you cut up Mom and Miluki. Anyone will cry if their son did that to them. Tears of joy. That's a nice little hook for Kikyo. Nice little look for Kikyo. Do I have this Old Dick theme? Where is it? I have it somewhere. I can't find it. Hold on. No. Yeah, I don't have... I can't find it. I have it here. It's just lost in my library. Sorry, guys. But the first time we hear the Zoldyck theme, right here. He's here. The boy is here. So yeah, nice little allusion to Kikyo and the twisted nature of the Zoldyck family. There's actually a lot to talk about with regards to the Zoldyck family. I wonder how long the discussion will be for that arc. But I just felt like and then what I note here is when Killua first called him brother, I was sort of confused because they don't necessarily look alike, but once I saw the whole family, I could see the resemblance in all of them. Togashi's so good at character design. It's like you can see the resemblance in Illumi and Killua through seeing the resemblance of Killua and another member in the family and how they resemble Illumi in that way. You know, it's cool. There's like transitions. Yeah, there's a casual attitude in the voice acting, totally casual. What I note here is that Killua looks so small. He looks so small. He looks like a scared, helpless child in the face of his brother here. He doesn't look confident, he doesn't look authoritative, he doesn't look like he's an assassin, he just looks like a child that's being bullied by his older brother or something. Illumi, the first character in Hunter x Hunter to make you think it's safer to be closer to Hisoka than him. And then yes, I don't really want to be a hunter. And then, to which Illumi says, good. I just felt like taking the exam. Good. You were born to be an assassin. Or a killer, excuse me. And just the presentation here is so good. The twisted nature of of his eyes boring into Killua. feeding into that indoctrination, he's been submitted to, he's been, I'm forgetting the word I was trying to use here, but that's been used on him his entire life. It's so effective. Again, the violent purple, people clown on it. I think it works really well. And then here, tell me what it is you want. So he says, what would you accomplish by becoming a hunter? Like, there isn't anything you want. And then he says, I do want something. What is it that you would want? Also, the expression here, heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. You're not cut out to be a hunter, you're born to be a killer. You're a puppet of darkness without any passion. The puppet of darkness line is one of my favorites. You don't want or wish for anything. You can only feel pleasure when people die. That's how Dad and I raised you. Dad and I, the Zoldyck family, is so interesting from the start. Yeah, we have the Kikyo hook through Mom was crying tears of joy, and then we have the Dad hook, Silva, through what Killua says about the heart, like him being so precise with the heart trick, and then this. It hooks you right into the Zoldyck family. The previous episode makes it seem like this is a story setting up a Gon-Killua rivalry, classic shonen style. But then this episode comes in, yep, it totally tosses that out. He doesn't feel jealous of Gon, he's just so insecure because he wishes he could be his equal, and yet he keeps thinking that he doesn't deserve that. Yes, so the lines, does Gon have more potential than me, or do I have less potential than Gon? Totally new complexion on those lines. When you see, this is why he wants to measure up to him so he can be worthy of being his equal, because to be his friend. That's where the insecurity stems from. That's why he's flaunting every time he's around Gon. It's not because he wants to be better than Gon. Or better than Gon for classically shonen reasons, you'd assume. It's because he wants Gon to see that he is worthy to be his friend, and the only way he can conceptualize that is by showing off this strength, because that's all he's been born into, that's all he knows. It's heartbreaking. And then this echoes back, and you recontextualize everything he's done, all the ways in which he's acted, and you see the core of that. I just want to be his friend. It's beautifully tragic. As friends, not rivals, exactly. His journey for self-worth, yeah. This episode is when I knew it would become one of my favorites, because as most people, I was expecting that rivalry, and instead, Togashi gave me this idea. It's everything I wanted in a character. Illumi's lines hit different when you realize he's not just trying to put Killua down, he's saying what he truly believes, in particular about himself too. Yeah, this is not... I mean, this might be manipulating Killua, but it's not manipulation based in deceit. It's not at all. It's manipulation based in what he genuinely thinks is the truth, what they've been taught. That's what they've been taught their entire lives. You're a puppet of darkness. What's the full line? Sarah put it there. You're a puppet of darkness without any passion. You don't want or wish for anything. The presentation keeps it vague of whether it's actual brainwashing or just Killua's indoctrination. Yeah, because it's clear there's some sort of effect happening here, but it's not explicit. And then this entire time, it always gets to me. This entire time that they've been interacting, Killua, hold on, I gotta change this. Killua has been thinking, this entire time, Killua's been thinking that they're not friends, that he's not worthy to be his friend yet, that he has to work up to it by proving himself in some way. The biggest way of showing the most distinct difference between these two characters is the fact that Gon, from probably like right after he met him, considered him his friend. Immediately. I'm sick of killing people probably hits me the hard. Oh yeah, it hits me so hard too. Yet it is Illumi who talks like an emotionless puppet. Yes, absolutely. Also, but what I find interesting there is that to a certain point, you can see where it's coming from. Like, it does ring true because Killua does end up doing what he does. Also, the iconic Illumi shot, hand forward, very much like a puppet master. Somebody help Killua. You feel for him, and I was scared to find out what his upbringing was actually like. Yeah. In his weird, twisted way, he is trying to protect Killua. He believes this is the safest identity for him to have because that's the only way he knows how to live, and he just can't trust anything else for the little brother he loves. Yeah, a lot of Illumi hits a lot harder when you fully factor in where he comes from, and the fact that what he's saying does not have basis in deceit, like I said before. It has basis in what he's learned the world to be. And so I think that putting an emotional core to a lot of these things and contextualizing Illumi's actions in that way really helps you get the most you can out of his character and the Zoldyck family as a whole. Are we going to talk about the Hunter x Hunter movies as well? No. The line from Leorio, how they were always friends, kills... Yes, oh my god. The delivery, the moment from Leorio, it's so good. I just want to become friends with Gon. What is going on here? Do I have to refresh this again? Yeah, I guess I have to refresh. And then this shot. This is it. I'm sick of killing people. It is so twisted, Hisoka. It's unbelievably twisted. Say one nice thing about a character and story. Any of the Hunter x Hunter movies. The first one shows Kurapika's backstory, and that's done well. That's done well. There you go. It's a good backstory. It's presented pretty well. But yeah, I'm sick of killing people. Man. And then look at that. I think both of their expressions here are very good, but there's an element of understanding in Kurapika's eyes here, I think. Because Kurapika, more than anyone, is someone who is repulsed by killing. He's repulsed by it. Like he said, I would rather not kill anyone. But he's put himself on a path that in some ways forces him to in certain situations. So he is very much in tune with the idea of being sick of killing people. And yet, for one reason or another, being almost forced to do it anyway. So I think I like that look of understanding there from Kurapika. A play vibe, yes. The music here, I played it a couple of songs ago, is very much a 3/4 time rhythm. So it's like a march, it's like a waltz. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. In that song, there's a almost playful vibe to it. A play vibe, perfect for the puppet comparison, like Shadow saying there. But there's also deep emotionality to it. You can almost feel Killua's loneliness and longing for connection and a better life within it. It's like darkly playful. So yeah, I totally see it as that dark puppet theme with a yearning for light within it. I love the line from Leorio where he says that Killua and Gon are already friends, but that line also causes Illumi to go like, oh, I gotta kill him. Yeah. Yep. And I love this line too. This episode is banger after banger. This is no doubt the best episode in the first arc for me. You just don't know how to classify Gon. Because he's too dazzling for your eyes. And that one, in certain ways, is not really a lie. You don't actually want to become friends with him. That is a lie. Or that isn't true. That isn't true, rather, I should say. Because Illumi does believe what he's saying, like we were saying earlier. But this one isn't true. Maybe I'll actually watch some of the Hunter this time around. I've heard they're bad, but I want to see... Oh, the movies? I mean, enjoy yourself, Safwa. I they're not like boring, dull, like awful things that are horrible to watch. Like they're fun to watch. I just think they're bad. I've never really thought about it before, but Killua and Kurapika are kind of contrasting when it comes to their relationships and their heritages. The former despises it and wants to escape from it, finding his own separate identity. Meanwhile, the latter feels pride in his and is in a lot of ways chaining his sense of self to them, to the point of suffocating. Yeah. But yeah, exactly, Shadow. That's kind of what I was trying to get at. But what I was trying to get at the same time is that, you know, total opposite ends of the spectrum, but they meet in the middle with regards to how they feel about how their heritages interrelate them with killing. It's cool. They have a really cool dynamic in that way. There's a pure yet undeniable charisma that Gon draws to himself. Yeah. Like I said, he disarms people all over the place. Sometimes Gon shines so brightly you must look away, and because of that you cannot stay by his side. Oh, Sarah, why'd you do that? The last mission is the Chimera Ant arc, but better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah. Meruem who? And then Leorio here. One of my favorite moments in the whole episode. I don't give a damn if he's your brother. He's an asshole, basically. Just beat the crap out of him like usual and win. You want to become friends with Gon? You already are friends. Amazing moment. I'm sure that's all how Gon feels. There's a lot of thematic substance in Hunter x Hunter about family in general. Most deal with loyalty and duty to one's family, but Killua's character deals with the consequences of an abusive family and the need to cut away from it. Yeah, Gon. It's there in Gon. It's there in Kurapika in an abstract way, but nonetheless still there. It's there in Killua, obviously. He is such a king. He is such a king. And then Illumi goes, "Is that true? Hell yeah, idiot!" Oh, look at this king. He considers Killua friends. I can't have that. And then Killua is just completely shocked by that. Completely. What? He does? And then, but then his response to this here is in response to, God, my player. Crunchyroll, please. Royal Guards and Meruem, true. Yeah, so then he says, okay, I'll kill Gon. So that's what his response there is to. Killua was shocked, he's surprised by it, but that's what his reaction here is to. And he believes it. He believes that he'll do it. A killer doesn't need any friends. His expressions are so good, yeah. And then he tells him to wait. He morphs his face around, which is actually a precursor to some important stuff. Well, I mean, we already knew that, so maybe not. But effective, kind of horrifying. Even Hisoka's shocked by this, yeah. Yeah. Netero. Very telling looks from Hisoka and Netero. Yeah. He wasn't very happy. But then here, like I said earlier, Hanzo guarding the room, that says a lot. Can you react to the Arabic OP of Hunter x Hunter? We're not doing reactions, right, to OPs, Amazing Hot Potato? Sorry about that. You think Hisoka would have stopped him? Hisoka would have done an internal calculation about Gon's potential with the potential he sees in Gon at this moment now, and he would compare it to the potential that Illumi has if you were to potentially fight him, and then whatever would come out as the larger sum, he would do that. So if his internal calculation resulted in Gon having more potential, extrapolating in that way, I think he might have fought it to defend him. But I mean, lots of hypotheticals here. It does characterize Hanzo a lot with so little. It's really good. It's really good. Lots of little touches. Leorio is so important to the story. He's able to wear his heart on his sleeve, which I think is different from the other three. Killua is trying to find out what he wants and how he feels. Gon is open-minded, but doesn't always show emotion. And Kurapika's true emotions are only visible when it comes to the Phantom Troop. I just love Leorio. He adds so much warmth to the cast. Yeah, heart on his sleeve, but in a different way than Gon. I look at it. I don't look at it as Gon doesn't always show emotion, as much as Gon showing a different type of emotion than Leorio. It's a great foursome. It's a great foursome. They each add different elements to the dynamic. Massive ball, and yeah, Leorio does it again. Massive balls of steel. And then what we eventually come to is we get to the point. Oh, iconic shot. Iconic shot. Will you? And then so what Illumi proposes to him is, if you don't fight me, I will kill your friend. That is in this situation, this is the ultimate cruel power move here. Will you fight me for your friend's sake? Or will you be worried about whether or not you can defeat me? You already have your answer. I'm not strong enough to beat my brother. And then here we have, I drilled that into you. If you move an inch, I'll assume that the fight has begun. If our bodies make contact, that also means the fight has begun. There's only one way to stop me. Again, the Puppet Master here. And then what happens is a precursor to so much of what we know about Killua. What happens here. Because he says, I'm straight up going to kill Gon. And Killua 100% believes him. I love how they present this too. It's so good. Killua 100% believes him. So he goes, you gotta either face me or Gon dies. Your Gon will die. And then Leorio says, I won't let you kill him. We won't let him kill you or Gon. We'll stop him, supporting him, which is lovely for Leorio. But in the face of all this, Killua loses. I lose. He shrinks. He shrinks from a stronger opponent, in spite of the consequence of this being that the person he wants to become friends with, this person he values so much, will die if he does. So Illumi makes an example here to Killua, to everyone watching, of the type of person Killua is at this moment in time. We got a precursor to this in the Netedo episode 7. The kanji artist, yeah, the kanji here. Where is it? I don't know. It's somewhere. But yeah, I totally agree. Oh, it was here, I think. Right there. Yeah, right here. So yeah, he backs off. He backs away. Yeah, it's proof that he was right about Killua and what's right for him as well. Yep. And it's awful, and they're all shocked by this. Noticeably, Hanzo is not. But yeah, and then we learn he never planned to even do it. But he just wanted to have his answer for this question, and he does. And then here, I've used this in like 3 videos. It's voiced so malevolently, so there's such a coldness in there. You don't have the right to make friends. Nor do you need friends. The beginning of my Killua video has all of this, has this line right in there, and I love it. Adds so much to it, to the atmosphere and aura of that. Because that's low-key a lie, though, because next episode he does... Oh, true. Okay. And then, yeah. So we get that. Listen to Dad and me, do your job as you always have. I'll let you take the Hunter exam. And then he's reduced to a shell of himself completely. Love the way this is edited. We see Gon's shadow over the floor, him rushing to it, interspliced with scenes. These scenes of here is his feet, him walking, his fists. He's enraged. Interspliced it with the backstory and then what actually happened. Love the blurs around the edges here. Episode 20 is definitely my favorite. Like, I love 16, I love 19, I love 12 in some ways, 7 in some ways, 4, 5. This is, to me, easily the best, comfortably the best. Thank you for the follow, Blue Dragonfly. And Amazing Hot Potato from 5 minutes ago, thank you. That's why I think why Killua kills Bodoro in the first place. Of course, there are plenty of other factors, things that factor into it, but I think he was trying to show Illumi that he doesn't need to kill Gon because he's back to being an assassin now. He couldn't trust what Illumi said. Yeah, that's the subtext there, right? I think that's always seemed to me like the most plausible thing here, because it's not outright stated why he does this. Not that it really needs to be, and that there really needs to be an explanation with Killua's mental state being what it is. But if there is a train of logic behind it, I follow that one. Not sure how Illumi thinks he's so right about Killua and his true nature when his defeat in their reaction is completely due to Illumi's manipulation. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Well, he's right about him because he offered him an ultimatum. Gon lives or you fight me, and he chose one. I see what you mean. About his true nature. I see. I think that has to do more so with the upbringing of the Zoldycks. And what Illumi has come to envision true nature consists of, philosophically almost, as a result of the upbringing. Eladan. That's what I would say. The Zoldycks drill it into Killua that his self-worth is defined by his utility to the family and his killing prowess. Killua knows that he doesn't want that, but his brainwashing convinces him that he's worth nothing as a result. Yeah, it's like the nature shines through, but nonetheless the nurture does take the forefront, unfortunately for him. And he cannot really help it in certain ways. He was going to fight in a suit. They are restrictive. Child soldier mentality, yeah. And using Bodoro is very smart, I agree. I mainly think that because Killua's attitude in the following arc does not make me think that he was entirely broken in this moment, and that it was, in fact, a more calculated action than that. Yeah, I think... more than broken, I think I'd say deeply dispirited. I'd say he's deeply dispirited in this moment, because, skipping ahead a little bit, when he walks past Canary, you can tell. He says, "I made a friend," and there's such a sad, resigned tone in his voice there. So I do think it deeply affects him, but to say it broke him, I think that's too strong a word, broken, to say it broke him. So yeah, I buy into Shadow's thinking. I buy into Shadow's thinking personally. But Gon's upset. And Gon was angry as Hisoka watches on. And that's where 20 ends. Gon was angry. I like the vacant look in Illumi's eye as well. Because while it was a first to him, Hisoka thought of it as temporary. They thought of all of it as temporary. Yeah, I thought you meant Killua. Yeah. I think in the moment he feels very apathetic, sort of like, so I have to return to this in his mind. Silent resignation rather than breakdown. Yeah, it's like dispirited, disappointed, resignation. It's a huge blow to him. Which in my opinion adds more nuance to Killua and makes him even more admirable. He knew what Illumi said wasn't true. He just didn't have the mental willpower to challenge him right then and there. So yeah, he knew that what Ilmi said about what to challenge him right then and there. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that. So I do think that it kind of proves his. Because, like, if Killua didn't have the mental willpower to challenge him right then and there, does that not prove his point in a way? Because if he doesn't have the mental willpower to challenge Illumi when he's saying, you know, that he's going to kill Gon, isn't what Illumi says true in some sort of way? I don't know. It's an interesting thing to try and conceptualize. Okay, and then we're at the last one. The last episode, guys. I've been streaming for so damn long. My voice is tired. We need to get through this. Also, this is a very interesting line. You don't have the right to be his brother. To which Illumi says, must I earn the right to be his brother? That there are layers to that one. Gon using a reverse Uno card, yeah. Yeah. But you know, notably, he breaks Illumi's arm here, such as the rage he has for what he's done to him. I'm more referring to Illumi saying that this is the only path for Killua. He may be right with that specific context. Oh, okay. But I don't think Killua ever bought into the idea that he doesn't have the right to try anything else. Okay. I guess I just misunderstood what you meant. Thanks, Josh. There's so much substance everywhere. Paco gets shit on again in this episode. Yeah. Gurren Lagann, you love to see it? This. I was so confused for a second. Yeah. Yeah. Glad you like it. It's my pride and joy. You make it sound as though I kidnapped him. He walked away on his own. Oh, and then interesting here that Netsudo says in terms of raw combat ability, Leorio was stronger with him and Bodoro. Interesting. There was no need for Killua to interfere. Ever heard of Gaslight Illumi? Again, another feeling or hint at Leorio feeling, could I have done more? Should I have done more? Low-key feelings of inadequacy, right? Yeah, Leorio is physically stronger than Gon and Kurapika at this point in the series. The 2011 adaptation does, I guess, not show off his physical strength as much, but it's pretty damn explicit in the manga that he is stronger. Leorio is pretty damn strong in terms of pure power. Then we clown on Paco. Yeah, he's like, yeah, honestly, though, who does Bokle think he is? Your victory is quite odd. Why don't you tell us all what Hisoka said to you? I have no obligation to tell you. Who the hell are you? You are not that guy. You are not that guy, pal. I believe you owe it to us. If you consider my victory to be odd, then yeah, yours would be equally odd, victory by default. What do you mean? None of that matters. I just want to get this lecture over with so I can leave. Yeah, just so you guys know, by the way, you're talking about 5 hours. Every stream is not going to be 5 hours. I cannot do this 5 hours every week. It's only going long today because I had the endpoint of finishing the Hunter exam in mind. But they're gonna be shorter than this. Next stream we're gonna be quickly doing the tier list for the Hunter exam. We'll do Zoldyck family and we'll do a bit of Heaven's Arena. But it won't be 5 hours next stream. I cannot. Where was I? What I love most about Gon's confrontation here is Gon basically tells everyone to shut up about who passed and who didn't. That is not what is of concern to him right now. If anyone isn't satisfied, they need to work on it until they care, much like himself. Gon cares and worries more about Killua's mental and physical well-being. He knows Killua never wanted to be a hunter in the first place and can retake the exam. Again, his perspective being completely different from the rest. Yes. Sorry, I had to reread that again. But yeah, like he says here, none of that matters. Like, all this squabbling, he says it here, yeah. None of that matters. None of this matters. What matters most is Killua. Chimera Antark is going to be 5 hours. That's lowballing for sure. That is lowballing for sure. But yeah, you must decide for yourself if you were worthy of passing, which plays into the whole thing that Gon was talking about. These streams are so good. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. If I had the endurance, I'd do 5 hour ones every week. But I don't think I do. But you'll still enjoy them if they're like 3 hours, you know? 3.5 hours. So yeah, everyone passed the exam. You decide whether you qualify. That whole idea again. Beans talks about the logistics of what it means to have this license, all that it can get you. 5 hours isn't too long. No, like, guys, please do not expect 5 hour streams every week. Please don't expect that. Unless I change the amount of endurance I have, I won't be able to do that. So please don't expect that. Unless I can work up to it in some way. I don't know. Thank you, Davinator. You too. I think 3 will be the minimum, but yeah. Okay, so anyway. Ooh. And then they're declared to be hunters. Then we get a bit of the fallout. Also, lovely look from Kurapika here. Lovely soft smile again. Like, just to clarify, guys, if I can, I'd be happy to do 5 hour streams every week, but don't expect it, please. Just don't expect it. It's not something I can promise. So, yeah. Oh, and then he gives away his... Illumi gives away the base of operations being Kukuro Mountain. 2 to 3 hour streams are too short. It's gonna be 3 minimum. It's gonna be 3 minimum for these. And then I just love the way that this shot is just framed, but he's just skulking in the background, like always, understanding what's going on, and also his wound there. Gon's a strong boy. And then here. Which is, this scene is a reversal of something that happens in the election arc way down the line. A complete reversal of it. If you know, you know. Won't draw attention to it much, but, you know. Two little things I love here. The first is how Gon still refers to Illumi by his fake name. The other is how he thanks him after he gives him his information. I don't know, it's such a Gon thing. I didn't realize, so I realized the second one. I didn't realize that he called him that. That's cool. I'm not gonna go through, I'll just take your word for it. That's really cool, though. It is very Gon. Did I mention, I love Hisoka, did I mention that already? Yeah. And he asks Hisoka, so what are you gonna do? Wait patiently for the fruit to ripen? Yeah. Hisoka. Never change. So yeah, they do some information hunting. Hanzo says goodbye. They're on very friendly terms, as you would expect, given everything that happened. Calm down, Hisoka. How many seeds has Hisoka placed in his life? I don't know. But yeah, very genial from Hanzo here. Pakul says bye and says forgive me. Sorry about getting so excited. Love this shot, by the way. The trio. And then, yeah, just a goodbye to basically everyone. He teaches him, again, another little sneak into Togashi's need for information and doing these little details that he sprinkles in here, whether they get used later on or not. I'm into discovering new species as an exotic game hunter. He's got this whole system down, this book full of information. Very cool. Very cool. Steps to making someone a badass. Give them an injury that they can barely react to. Have them win 1 on 100. Make them polite at all times. Jing freaks. And then, who's this Jing guy? And then we have a great account of who Jing is here from Satots. Again, I like a lot of the framing here. This is a great setup for a later return. Yes. Yep. It is. And then, so Satots describes a lot of the draw of Jing. I came to feel ashamed after looking at the example of certain hunters. Excuse me. He's a Jing fanboy. He's just like me. The hunters would discover ruins, like excavating ruins and allowing ordinary people to have the chance to, yep, that's the uptime, to see them. And so he was really impressed by the dedication Jing had towards his job, the way he documented all this stuff around the world, the work he did to preserve this. Again, very early seed. And this hunter was the man you were talking about, your father. I wish to meet him, but he's an enigma. Hell of an enigma. 5 hours, thank you, Adrian. You're very welcome. Thank you for sticking with me. We're very close to being done, but thank you for sticking with me. One missed opportunity for me is not seeing Satots' reaction to Jing in election. Little careful about... can someone delete Shadow's thing? Shadow's message there, please? Just careful about that, Shadow. This first time Gon gets information is, yeah, it's okay. No worries. But I do agree. That would have been really cool, Shadow. This is the first time Gon gets more information on Jing, the type of work he does and the type of kind of hunter he is. So far, he's only heard of how admirable he is. Yeah. It's interesting. What I love about Jing is how he's built up as, like they say, that enigma. he's built up as an enigma, like that. The enigma as he's voiced as here through Satots, and you see different sides to him. You see, the story consistently gives you new little bits of information to tie into what Jing is, the type of person Jing is. You know, we know what he did with Gon. We know how Mito looks at him. We know these things about him, but then Satots adds this new information. And so Togashi almost encourages the audience to think it's up to you how to perceive Jing. What kind of person is he? Do you think he's a good person, a bad person, a bit of both, neither, an enigma? Can you trust him? What is Jing? And the story consistently tries to add newer and newer details to put an image of him in your head. That's one of my favorite things about how Jing is built up, and it does this in the Hunter exam. Yeah, people who are influenced by Jing. Yes, exactly. Built up by story, yeah. So yeah, he's an archetype of a hunter. And then, yeah. My dream is to thank him in person one day. Fanboy. And then, yeah. Go and take care of yourself. And then they look up Kokoro Mountain. That's where they're gonna go. We have this lovely scene. Yeah, Jing's a great character without even appearing. Exactly. Other people's perception until we get a one-on-one talk with them. Yeah. For sure. I love that it isn't only Gon who has this mystical perception of Jing, but even the people who have met him are as starstruck and confused by him. It's very cool. Yeah. Yeah, Gon is such a good boy that he's so disarmed and charmed by Gon that Satots almost lets it slip that the exam is not finished yet, which is very key. Their exam is not done. That is, I think, the last thing we leave this with. Yeah, that's the last thing we leave this episode with. But our boys are stuck in traffic. Also, love this this expression. Our boys are stuck in traffic on the way to Kokoro Mountain. And so, might as well just get out. Love the expression from Kurapika here as well. And run on our way. And they reflect on the journey they've had thus far. This reminds me of the Hunter exam. The scene where Ponzu randomly shows up in the background. Yeah. Where was I reading? Gon's look when he's gassing up Jing is everything. His goal stems from a genuine desire to find his dad, to fill that void in his life, and the closer he gets, the happier we see him. Yeah. There's like a vicarious pride through hearing these sorts of things. And there's we'll get to that later. But yeah, the mystery character archetype is one of my favorites, and Togashi has one of the most interesting approaches to utilizing Jing's character in the series. It's really cool what they do with different perceptions of it. It's like, who to trust? Who is this guy? Who can you trust? What do you think plays more of a weight in terms of his character? No, I cannot. I'm not doing the tier list today. We'll be doing it next Wednesday. The mysticism, yeah. Great way to put it. The very essence of what makes a hunter. I thought he was sus at first. Yeah, he is sus. I mean, through what we learn about him, it's very understandable to have that perception of him right from the start. But yeah, this is the end of the arc, and then, well, we have to have that postcard memory, right? We have to have that postcard memory here, and as they set off for the Zoldyck family household. And like Satots says here, I've wanted to help him. I almost let the cat out of the bag, that there is another phase here. That it hasn't ended yet. Yeah, so next week, guys, this has been the Hunter exam stream. Well, this and the one before it. Super long, but thank you again for your engagements in chat, as always. Thank you very much. Hopefully, next stream, Twitch will actually notify people, but to keep updated, again, I have a schedule. I stream the same days, same hours, same time every day. So, yeah, that won't be changing. So yeah, just keep an eye on that. Next stream will be Sunday, where I'll be reacting to Kaguya-sama and Spy Family, and maybe read One Piece, we'll see. Monday, we'll be playing Ace Attorney. Next week will be more Hunter x Hunter. So next week, Sarah kind of mentioned it before. So for the plan for next week is, next week we're going to be doing, we'll start off with a quick tier list character ranking for the Hunter exam. We can do a couple of bets there, since you guys were asking about that. And then that'll be pretty quick. It'll be like 15-20 minutes at most. Then we'll get right into the Zoldyck family arc. We'll do the whole Zoldyck family arc for sure. And then I imagine we'll get into Heaven's Arena for a little bit. We'll see how long that takes. But yeah, that's the plan for next week. Hopefully it sounds good. Hope to see you guys there. Love Spy Family. Me too so far. It's really cool. Can't wait for the 24-hour Chimera Ant stream. Yeah, me neither. It'll be great. I'll bring some snacks. It'll be great. Yeah, and the Naruto episode was redeemed, but I'm not going to watch Naruto on stream. It was redeemed by... Who was it? It was redeemed by someone. Where is it? I have to check out Princess Tutu, and I have to watch Naruto. Quicksilver redeemed it. So I will do that off stream. Saying one nice thing about Eren. Yuki Kaji. Great. So yeah, thank you guys again. Thank you guys again. I guess this happens to be, well, let's see who there is to raid. Yeah, no worries. You're welcome for the stream, guys. So this has become custom to raid Louisiana on Wednesdays, I guess, but she's there again. We'll be raiding Louisiana, who is playing Persona 5 Royal. Thank you guys for tuning in and the interactions. Really appreciate it. And yeah. Oh, beautiful song I'm ending you on. Many thanks, guys. I'll see you on stream Sunday, but on Twitter before then, I'm sure. See you guys. Or Twitter if you use it. Also, there's a new YouTube video about Breaking Bad if you missed it. You can check that out if you want to. Okay, bye for real now. See you guys.